Both the PFLP and PDFLP opted for bolder guerrilla activities from Jordan and Lebanon, and began a terrorist campaign outside Israel, followed a few years later by Fatah. The PFLP was the first to hijack aeroplanes, while Fatah waged a guerrilla war on the border of the occupied West Bank and Jordan. In 1969 the PFLP hijacked 3 aircraft, landing them in the Jordanian desert and blowing them up, without their passengers, when their demands for the release of Palestinian prisoners in Israel and for a change in Western policy towards the Arab-Israeli conflict were not met. In Jordan, the PLO became overconfident. Exploiting to the full the inexperienced King Hussein, and a demographic balance of power that made Jordan almost a Palestinian state, Fatah built an infrastructure in the refugee camps there as a base for the war against Israel. It was also used as a framework for organizing the refugees' lives. Unlike the nationalist notables, this national elite put education and welfare on its list of priorities, and therefore had much more popular support, even given its failures, which were many. The radical Arab regimes, such as the FLN, Front de Libération Nationale, in Algeria, preferred Fatah's tactics to terror in the air, perhaps partly because the PFLP chose Algiers as the venue for its first operation, the hijacking of an El Al airliner in July 1968. The Israeli government agreed to release Palestinian political prisoners in return for the hostages in that infamous first hijacking. Until 1976, when the Israeli army raided Entebbe in Uganda and released Jewish and Israeli hostages from a hijacked Air France aeroplane, deals were usually struck. In December 1968, however, when the PDFLP attacked an El Al aeroplane in Athens, the IDF retaliated with a raid on Beirut's international airport, destroying planes belonging to Arab Airlines. 16. The first 2 years of the revolution were exhilarating as far as the leaders of Fatah and the 2 other organizations were concerned. Fully armed PLO fighters openly roamed Amman and other towns. This was too much for King Hussein, whose intelligence services were feeding him with, probably exaggerated, warnings of an imminent PLO takeover of Jordan. His attempt to disarm the PLO in the refugee camps in September 1970 ended in a bloodbath. The episode almost turned into a regional war, when Syrian units invaded northern Jordan as a show of solidarity with the Palestinians, but were deterred by an Israeli ultimatum, which saved King Hussein. The person who stopped the bloodbath was Nasser. He obtained a ceasefire and, just before he died, fashioned the agreement that transferred the PLO to Lebanon. The move from Jordan and the consequent shift of guerrilla activity to Lebanon and Israel's northern border weakened the ties of the PLO with the Palestinian community living under Israeli occupation in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The PLO's high profile among the refugees and, to a certain extent in the occupied territories and Israel as well, did not stem from its political commitment to liberate Palestine, nor did it offer most Palestinians practical help in their daily struggle for survival. Its vitality lay elsewhere. It was a magnet to which social and professional organizations were drawn, filling a vacuum created by the lack of a state apparatus. Thus unions representing teachers, women, and lawyers supported the idea of a larger political movement that could represent their particular and national interests. This sentiment corresponded well with that of the guerrilla movements, and in some respects also seemed justified in the eyes of Arab politicians ostensibly committed to the Palestinians' cause. 17. This high profile enabled al-Muqawama to transform the PLO, but a price was paid for its close association with the refugee camps, which distanced it, for a while, from Palestine's heartland. There, in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, the 1967 war and the occupation had changed the lives of the community, mostly for the worse. The inability of the PLO to remain in constant touch with those Palestinians under the yoke of occupation undermined its standing in this community. Without the PLO, the different Palestinian groups in the occupied territories, the refugee camps and Israel failed to find common ground. This situation lasted until the outbreak of the First Intifada in the late 1980s. The occupation, 1967 to 1982. For years Israeli leaders tended to talk about an enlightened occupation when assessing the first decade of Israeli rule in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. From its beginning, however, when 590,000 Palestinians in the West Bank and 380,000 in the Gaza Strip fell under Israeli hegemony, there was little that could be described as enlightened about the harsh and brutal occupation. The first blow inflicted on the population was the Israeli expulsion policy. The pragmatic leadership of the Jewish state, although exhilarated by its sudden acquisition of the whole of ex-Mandate Palestine, was nonetheless nervous about absorbing such a large number of Palestinians. Expulsion was neither an alien concept nor an unfamiliar practice to the Zionist movement. Immediately after the war, the former head of military intelligence, Chaim Herzog, was appointed as Governor-General, so to speak, first of Jerusalem and then of the whole West Bank. Under his administration, on June 17, 1967, Palestinian citizens living within the Jewish quarter of the Old City of Jerusalem were either evicted or offered money to leave. All were asked to sign a document relinquishing their right of return. The residents of 3 refugee camps north of Jericho were expelled too. A number also fled during the war and after the expulsions. 18 In Palestinian discourse they are referred to as Nadahuan, uprooted, to distinguish them from the Legion, the 1948 refugees. Only one expulsion attempt by Israel failed, a 1971 plan to transfer refugees from the Gaza Strip to the West Bank. A few hundred inhabitants of the Jabalia camp were transferred to the West Bank, but local resistance dissuaded the Israelis from further expulsions. 19. Jerusalem not only saw the beginning of the Israeli expulsion policy, it was also the site of the first pilot project of Jewish settlement on occupied territory. In early 1968, the Israeli authorities appropriated vast areas of East Jerusalem, a third of which were private property, and rezoned them as new Jewish neighborhoods. Alarmed architects and ecologists warned the municipality in vain that the hasty decision, motivated by ideology and taken without any serious environmental planning, would be disastrous. 20 Jerusalem was thereafter encircled by several ugly suburbs, which crouched menacingly on the hills overlooking the Arab city below. The Israeli government was still formulating its policy towards the most recent refugees. In August, it announced that it was willing to allow the repatriation of refugees who had left after 1967, but understandably these overtures were met with suspicion, and only 150 people returned. After that, the unofficial Israeli policy was not to allow refugees to return to the occupied territories. This policy became official in 1977, when Likud came to power with Menachem Begin as the prime minister. His government adhered to a Greater Israel ideology. Any decrease in the number of Palestinians, or increase in the number of Jewish settlers, in the occupied territories was seen as likely to help make the dream a reality. Many in the Labour Party also supported this stance. Thus, the threat of expulsion and relocation was one of the many burdens imposed by the occupation on the local population. It is difficult to describe its worst aspects. While mass expulsions took place at long intervals, passive bystanders and activists alike were subjected to military harassment in the form of house searches, curfews and abusive interrogation at checkpoints on a daily basis. 21. Resistance was, in the eyes of the Israelis, very liberally defined. Any show of opposition to the occupation, such as a rally, a strike, distribution of petitions or the waving of the Palestinian flag, was met with severe brutality. The Israeli campaign against political activity began in July 1967 with the expulsion from East Jerusalem of 4 notables who called on the population to adopt Mahatma Gandhi's tactic of civil disobedience. Many years later, when an American Palestinian, Mubarak Awad, tried to introduce a more sophisticated version of nonviolent resistance, he was treated by the Israelis as an arch-terrorist. Worse was to come. Moshe Dayan, the Israeli Minister of Defense, was told in July 1967 of armed resistance in the West Bank town of Kalkalia, and immediately ordered, as the first act of collective punishment in a long series of such acts, the destruction of the town. Half of Kalkalya's houses were demolished in this operation. 22. Ariel Sharon, the commander in charge of the Gaza Strip, was particularly zealous in the quelling of resistance, individual or collective. Since presiding over a massacre in Kibaya in 1953, his career had been punctuated by bloody clashes with Palestinians everywhere. At first, Sharon was content to leave in charge the local notables who had run the municipal and legal systems during the Egyptian era. Thus, for instance, as in the West Bank, the education system was restored to the status quo ante, which meant Jordanian supervision in the West Bank and Egyptian supervision in the Gaza Strip. However, Sharon soon realized that he was dealing with a highly politicized refugee community, which could not easily be co-opted to this pattern of continuity. They tested his authority by questioning Israel's or Egypt's authority in the camps. Time after time, the youth, and some middle-aged men and women, took up arms, and used stones, Molotov cocktails, and whatever they could find in a show of resistance against the Israeli occupation. These early attempts at revolution were soon quashed under the firepower of tanks and heavy guns employed indiscriminately against the local civilian population. It was not until the 1987 Intifada, and then the Al-Aqsa Intifada, Intifadat Al-Aqsa, in the autumn of 2000, that the Israeli army resorted again to such destructive retaliation against a popular uprising. The ability of the army to deal so harshly with any form of political resistance, armed or peaceful, was underwritten by the legal status Israel granted to the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The Israeli government declared from the very onset of its occupation that these areas were territories under custody in which military rule would apply. This somewhat anemic phrase meant that in practice the people living in the territories were robbed of all basic human or civic rights. At the same time, the government did all it could to avoid being limited by international law guidelines on the administration of occupied areas, guidelines that were systematically violated by the Israelis. For that purpose, in January 1968 the Israeli Minister of the Interior declared that the West Bank, the Gaza Strip and the Golan Heights were not enemy areas. This allowed Israel to alternate between the application of Israeli law, as in the Golan Heights, where it granted civil rights to a small community of Druzes, and the deprivation of such rights in all the other areas. The international community was not oblivious of these practices and there were objections, but the uproar subsided before it made any impact on Israeli conduct. The legal basis for this regime was the notorious Mandatory Emergency Regulations of 1945, which were mentioned in the previous chapter as the legal basis for the military regime imposed on the Palestinians in Israel until 1966. The Israelis now added a new regulation allowing the army to expel from anywhere in Israel and Palestine anyone suspected of being a security risk. It was used extensively, against Palestinian activists within the State of Israel as well those living in the occupied territories. 23. The Israeli government claimed that all it did was to continue Jordanian adherence to these regulations. This was unfounded. The Jordanians had never used these regulations, nor had the Egyptians in the Gaza Strip. This is not to say that the Jordanians and the Egyptians had respected civic and human rights, they had not, but the Israelis must take sole responsibility for imposing a regime devoid of any democratic rights. The Israeli military authorities used this military regime excessively in the first decade after the 1967 war. By excessively I mean frequent acts of collective punishment for any gesture that was regarded as subversive or resistant to Israeli occupation. The destruction of houses, expulsion, and arrest without trial were the most common uses of the regulations. 24 As under military rule in Israel, the formal right to vote and be elected remained, but was meaningless as it did not include the right to form independent parties. In 1972 and 1976, the Israelis allowed the population to vote in municipal elections. However, after a sweeping victory for PLO candidates in 1976, the Likud government, coming to power in 1977, banned elections and with it deprived the local population of their remaining rights. From the beginning of the occupation, international jurists commented on the illegitimacy of the Israeli resolution to maintain the territories as an occupied area without adhering to the requirements sanctioned by the Geneva Convention for the treatment of such areas. Israel violated almost every clause in that convention by settling Jews there, expelling Palestinians and imposing collective punishment. The Israeli Supreme Court took upon itself the task of monitoring the legitimacy of the regime very early in the occupation. In the history of modern warfare, there is no case, apart from this one, in which a civilian judicial authority supervised military rule. This extraordinary resolution was taken in 1967 when Meir Shamgar, who went from being the military attorney general to the government's legal advisor, allowed Palestinians in the occupied territories to appeal to the Supreme Court. By 1988, almost 40% of appeals to the Supreme Court were from Palestinians there. In practice, this allowance achieved little. Hardly any of the appeals could stand if the army asked the courts to authorize and legitimize its acts retrospectively against individuals or collectives in the name of security. 25. The only respite from this predicament was, ironically, to move to East Jerusalem. In 1976, Israel, on the one hand, had annexed East Jerusalem, a part of Palestine that enjoyed a relatively open environment. On the other hand, the annexation robbed the city of its Palestinian identity, and was accompanied by the construction of illegal settlements. Many Palestinian newspapers and journals, however, moved their editorial offices to Jerusalem, hoping to be able to publish more freely, a hope not always fulfilled. Moving to Jerusalem, or between any destinations in the occupied territories, has remained the exclusive right of Jewish settlers and those locals with special permission to do so. The restrictions imposed on freedom of movement were, and still are, harsher on those seeking to leave the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. This hardship was particularly acute in the case of Palestinian workers who were invited to join, as unskilled laborers, the booming Israeli economy around 1968. As early as November 1967, workers were reported as creeping illegally into Israel to find jobs in the orange groves. They were paid a quarter of the average Jewish salary at the time. 26 The workers were allowed to enter Israel at dawn, but had to leave by dusk. A year later, in September 1968, the Israeli government legalized what the Minister of Interior called the import of workers, since we lack ordinary workers. The Settlements and Internal Debate in Israel, 1967 to 1973. Towards the end of the 1960s, harassment of the local population came to the West Bank in the new form of Jewish settlement. The settlement movement was motivated by party politics in Israel. From within this political hotbed, both secular and religious groups advanced the cause of the redemption, the idea that Israel had returned forever to the heart of its ancient homeland. At the core of the secular movement was the right wing of the Labour Party. The name Labour Party, Pappe, was an invention of the post-1967 period. After the 1967 war, it united with other parties both to its left and to its right, thus ending the pluralist nature of socialist Zionism. In 1969, it absorbed the leftmost Socialist Zionist Party, MAPAM, and was renamed Mabarak, Alignment, which remained its official name until the 1980s. When in the mid-1980s MAPAM left this alliance, the Mabarak reverted to Labour, Hayavada. 27. After the 1967 war, debate within this so-called Socialist Party focused on the question of the occupied territories. One particular branch within the United Party, the former members of Adat Hayavada, insisted that the Sinai and the Golan Heights were an integral part of Eretz Israel. This wing of the Labour Party consisted of veteran Zionists, usually from kibbutzim. On June 15, 1967, the kibbutz movement of the Labour Party had called for immediate Jewish resettlement of western Eretz Israel, thus taking the leading role in the Redeemer movement. Its principal ideologue was an old Zionist colonizer called Yitzhak Tabenkin, who had been active since the mandate and wielded respect and authority in the movement. Adat Hayavada was led by the 1948 war hero Yigal Ilan. Ilan was not a full-fledged Redeemer. He tried to balance pragmatic approaches with the Redeemer's cause. In 1967 he proposed a scheme, adopted by his government, based on a geographical division of the West Bank into Jewish and Hashemite, Palestinian areas. He pushed fervently for the construction of as many settlements as possible within the Jewish area. His basic notion was that Israel, even after withdrawal, had to be in full military control of the areas stretching from the River Jordan to the Mediterranean. He published his views in a book which inspired his followers to claim the whole of Palestine in the name of security considerations. Ilan was behind the construction of a settlement town near Hebron in 1974 under the biblical name of Kiryat Arba. Nevertheless, those demanding land for security reasons made less progress than their religious counterparts in Mafdal, the religious national party. They began their settlement projects in the early 1970s, establishing new communities that were approved retrospectively by the Labour government. 28. Before this, Mafdal had had a very different history, characterized by political pragmatism and moderation. In 1970, it split after the death of its charismatic leader, Chaim Moshe Shapira, and a rebellion by members of the party's youth movement, Bnei Akiva. The leader of the young faction was Zevulun Hammer. He was supported by Israel's chief rabbi, Shlomo Goren. Goren was the military chief rabbi of the 1967 war, and was famous for blowing the shofar, the traditional Jewish horn, on the Wailing Wall, declaring his intention to accelerate the coming of the Jewish Messiah to Jerusalem. His enthusiasm was curbed by the Israeli defense minister at the time, Moshe Dayan, who feared a global confrontation with the Muslim world. This cautious attitude was lacking in September 2000, when Ariel Sharon, then an opposition leader, entered the harem uninvited, igniting the Al-Aqsa Intifada. A more influential figure was Rabbi Zvi Yehuda Kook. This distinguished rabbi ruled that the West Bank and the Gaza Strip were holy parts of the land of Israel, not to be handed over to non-Jewish sovereignty in any circumstances. Kook would become the spiritual inspiration for the Jewish settlement movement in the occupied territories. Kook was Goren's mentor, and Goren rewarded him by frequently issuing halachic injunctions sanctifying Israeli rule all over Palestine. The Mizrahi chief rabbi, Yaakov Nissim, had already defined the occupied areas as sacred holy lands and forbidden, on religious grounds, any future withdrawal from these areas. 29 Like the settlers he supported, Goren's religious outlook was a mixture of flexibility towards the social practices of a modern Jewish community and a fundamentalist, chauvinist interpretation of Judaism in matters of foreign and security policies. Goren and others began employing a messianic discourse about Judea, Samaria, and Gaza, areas presented as not only vital for Israel's survival but also for the advent of the Messiah. This eccentricity took center stage with the ascendance of Likud to power. Indeed, one of Menachem Begin's first acts was to instruct government personnel, including members of the media, to use the biblical terms for the occupied territories. 30. Once the young Gornets began settling in the areas they found a new leader, Rabbi Moshe leaving Ur. He turned this messianic zeal into an institutionalized movement, Gush Emunim, community of believers. They settled illegally near supposedly biblical sites, resisting government attempts to evict them, and then negotiating the terms of settlement. They began in the midst of the old city of Al-Halil, Hebron, in April 1968, and succeeded in eliciting recognition from a hesitant prime minister, Levi Eshkol, 1963-69. The same pattern repeated itself elsewhere in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. In northern and southern Sinai, as well as in the Golan Heights, the settlement movement was encouraged by the government, and thus was more organized and structured, attracting people who had little to do with redemption ideology. They were lured to these places by cheaper housing and the beautiful surroundings. The settlement enterprise was accompanied by a mass confiscation of land. This was begun by the army, seeking land for its camps and installations, but afterwards most of the coveted land was allocated to the settlers. By 1972, Israel had confiscated over 1.5 million dunams of land, almost 28% of the West Bank, and by 2000 this had risen to almost 42%. 31. The Labour government included some who opposed the settlements. These were the custodians, who believed that Israel should keep the territories in custody in return for peace. 32 Prime Minister Levi Eshkol represented this position, and had even urged his government to adopt it as official policy just after the war ended. He had very little support within the government, however, and it was not until after the 1973 war that the custodians contributed significantly to the public debate over the territory's future. On one subject, however, custodians and redeemers concurred: Greater Jerusalem, almost a third of the West Bank, was to remain Israeli territory. In September 1967, an Arab summit at Khartoum published its famous three no's: to negotiation, to recognition of Israel, and to peace. Behind a facade of rejectionism, however, Nasser himself allowed more room for possible future negotiations. 33 With Eshkol's death in February, the more inflexible Golda Meir won the next election, taking Israel onto a more intransigent policy. Likud, after coming to power in 1977, openly supported the settlement movement. While Labour's settlements were decided on security grounds, Likud was in favor of settling near allegedly historical sites. This was greatly assisted by Israeli archaeologists, whose scientific rulings helped buttress the legal process of settlement. The judicial authority in Israel enabled the confiscation of Palestinian land and registration in the Tapu, land register, of the new settlements as state land. In a rare decision, the Israeli Supreme Court ruled in October 1979 against this procedure in the case of the 1975 settlement Ilan Moreh, near Nablus. Both the government and the settlers ignored the ruling. As mentioned above, the custodians regrouped after the 1973 war, and succeeded in provoking a debate among the politicians at least about the settlement's future. They rarely put forward moral considerations. Their main line of argument was demographic, and it failed to impress the Israeli public. The incorporation of such a large number of Palestinians would undermine previous efforts at Judaization and the depopulation of 1948. A small group from among the political elite and the custodians, and from academic and cultural circles, advocated negotiating with either King Hussein or a local Palestinian leadership for a quick Israeli withdrawal in return for peace. On the margin of the custodian camp, a new radical movement emerged. As yet insignificant as a political force, it put forward a peace plan which many years later would affect a larger group of artists, academics, playwrights, filmmakers, and other figures in the arts. It would also open the way for a dialogue with the PLO that would lead to official contact between the two sides. Their reasons were moral and ideological. Its first members struggled to sustain their freedom of speech in a hostile environment. The famous Orientalist, Aharon Cohen, who called for an unconditional Israeli withdrawal from the territories, was forced by his kibbutz to retract publicly, while a colleague of his, who refused to do so, was ousted from his kibbutz. In the months after the 1967 war, a more Trotskyite orientation would shape these views into a group called Mazpan, Compass, which raised a small, but constant, voice of clear objection to Zionism in general and the occupation in particular. 34. A far more significant political voice on the left was the Communist Party, which clearly stated its adherence to the two-state solution, long before anyone in the more official custodians' camp accepted it as reasonable. Note that by custodians I mean the pragmatic doves within the Labour Party, but not beyond it. The debate inside Israel was focused on the West Bank, and little thought was given to the future of the Gaza Strip. It was clear to policymakers and grassroots activists that the Egyptian regime had no wish to re-annex the latter. Some Palestinian leaders tried to contact Israeli leaders to negotiate the establishment of an autonomous Palestinian entity both in the Strip and in the West Bank, or even a state, under Israeli auspices. But most efforts were concentrated at government level. Most Palestinians understood that daily survival now had to be coupled with a growing uncertainty about the political future of their homeland. Survival under occupation. There was a third way. 35 Life under occupation was not the simple dichotomy of a brutal occupier and an oppressed occupied. The impulse to rebel was mitigated by individual expectations of improvement and hopes of profiting from the new socio-economic conditions developing under the occupation. This is probably why Fatah failed immediately after the war to lead a popular guerrilla uprising against the Israeli occupiers. The West Bankers were more positive towards the new occupiers than Arafat wished. Traders and businessmen strengthened their ties with the Israeli economy, lured by hopes of a higher standard of living. The less fortunate members of the society, poor, unemployed farmers and peasants living in cramped conditions, were sucked into the pool of labor needed by the Israeli economy. They were sought by construction companies obsessed with what the Israeli poet Nathan Alterman so aptly described as covering the land with a gown of cement. People were employed not only in construction. Together with the Palestinian citizens of Israel, they provided nearly a quarter of the labor in Israeli industry in the mid-1970s 36 and made up 50% of the workforce in construction and agriculture. By 1974, about 45% of the employed Palestinians in the West Bank and 50% in Gaza worked in Israel. Half were in construction, the rest in agriculture and industry. In the Gaza Strip, the ever-growing population added to the sense of suffocation and oppression. These Palestinian workers were badly paid and treated, and had no social security, but nonetheless earned more money than they would within their own territory. After the PLO left for Beirut, political pressure on the Palestinian workers eased, and they even found jobs on the first Jewish settlements in the West Bank, beginning with housing projects for settlers near Nablus and Hebron. The refugees crossing the 1967 borders into Israel made up half of the Palestinian workers in Israel proper. 37 They returned home as underpaid, almost enslaved laborers, aliens in their own homeland. As if this was not enough, the daily routine of such workers was as humiliating as the national significance of this act of return. It consisted of daily commuting, beginning at sunrise at an Israeli checkpoint, where they were quite often subjected to maltreatment and harassment. From there they moved to areas referred to as the slave markets, where prospective Israeli employers would choose the lucky ones as workers for the day. The slave markets sprang up on the outskirts of every major city, where Palestinian workers could be seen crammed together in human pens, and allowed to run wildly to jeeps and trucks that might take them to factories, restaurants, farms, or anywhere they could be hired as unskilled workers. At the end of the day they would be paid wages that were pittances by Israeli standards, but better than Jordanian or Egyptian wages. 38 By the beginning of the 1980s, about 150,000 Palestinians were living in this way. People coped with their situation in various ways. In the late 1980s, there was an unusual reaction to the conditions under which people were existing in the West Bank. Workers started to attack their employers with knives or to run amok in Jewish crowds. They were usually motivated by a combination of religious zealotry and anger at recent Israeli maltreatment at the borders, or brutal interrogation or arrest. Despite the frustration of the population, the number of workers involved in violence such as this was small. 39. Religion also resumed a more important role in the way individuals responded to a harsh reality from which there seemed to be no escape. People were at first attracted to the Muslim Brotherhood, but the organization was too vague politically to provide a concrete solution to their predicament, and they turned instead to Palestinian organizations such as Hamas and Islamic Jihad, which had emerged with a clear national religious agenda. A few managed to stay in Israel itself. Many had relatives in Israel, and some also wished to marry into Palestinian Israeli families, although this usually meant that the Palestinian Israeli bride or groom had to move into the occupied territories. The Israeli economy's role as a supplier of jobs was not its only impact on the occupied territories. Small industry in the occupied territories exported commodities to Israel, and the consequent increase in production created new jobs too. However, unemployment remained a severe and constant problem. Moreover, the Israeli economy itself fluctuated between prosperity and recession. When it thrived, employers in the West Bank had to pay their workers more, which most of them could hardly afford. When it was in recession, as between 1974 and 1988, the soaring inflation in Israel devastated the Palestinian economy in the territories. 40. The Israeli confiscation of land created land hunger among the Palestinians, which also affected their economic situation. The scarcity of land, however, did not produce an immediate shortage in agricultural work due to the mass emigration of West Bankers to the Gulf states in the first decade of Israel's occupation. There was also temporary relief for uprooted villagers at harvest time and during the fruit-picking season, when big orchard owners needed labor for their citrus, almond, and olive plantations. Demand was so high that women and children were also recruited. Israeli agricultural advisors, who were part of the administrative body running the occupied territories, introduced modern cultivation technology. For some this meant further job losses, but for others, especially those living on the more arid eastern side of the West Bank, the greenhouse technology imported from Israel enabled small landowners to offer their products all year round. By the 1970s, many farmers were struggling to remain on the land. The confiscation of land, among other factors, intensified the urbanization process. This led to the emergence of profiteers who speculated in real estate without alleviating the housing problem. The fluidity in real estate benefited some refugees, who could for short periods rent flats at relatively low prices. However, most refugees could afford only short leases before landlords raised rents. 41. In the Gaza Strip, refugees were not as fortunate. There was no land available, even for refugees who were willing to leave and start a different life there. The Strip's main predicament, apart from the occupation, was population explosion. Although the Israeli demand for unskilled workers did produce jobs for many, it by no means served as a solution to unemployment and to one of the highest poverty levels in the world. 42. Thus the picture everywhere seemed to be a mixture of resistance, daily survival, and adaptation. The thread that ran between these options was woven by the Palestinian politicians, some of whom were self-appointed while others were elected, as was the case in 1976. The politicians in the occupied territories were at first passive pawns in the high drama around them. They represented a society whose land was coveted by powerful neighbors in the east, the Jordanians, and in the west, the Israelis. This made formulating a political agenda almost impossible. They were influenced by, but not influential on, the PLO's point of view. More than anything else, however, knowledge of American politics was essential to influence their society's future. In the first 20 years of the occupation, the local population, leaders, and ordinary folk alike, were excluded from the negotiations over the future status of the areas in which they lived. While the people of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip were caught between harassment and economic survival, Israel, Jordan, the United States and, later on, Egypt conducted a series of diplomatic engagements aimed at determining the sovereignty of these parts of Palestine. Pax Americana, War and Peace, L. 973, 1977. As we have seen, the occupation led to constant violations of human and civil rights, on the one hand, and an incremental process of Judaization of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip on the other. These dismal twin realities were possible because the West Bank and the Gaza Strip were, although higher than the refugee question, low on the peace agenda. This was determined to a large extent by American foreign policy and, of course, by Israel. The role of the United States as a facilitator of Israel's intransigence in the conflict was partly due to the improvement in the military relationship between the two countries. After years of repeated rejection of requests for heavy arms, the Israelis found a more receptive American administration in that of Lyndon B. Johnson. The change in American policy has often been attributed to the president's hawkish view of the Cold War and the effectiveness of the Jewish lobby. In September 1969, the first sophisticated Phantom aircraft arrived from the USA. The Israeli public was asked to donate money for its purchase. This was not just propaganda, as it was several years before arms supplies were financed by American taxpayers as part of an annual grant to Israel. The USA, however, wished to be more than Israel's protector. It broadcast itself as the conflict's peace broker as well. This task was entrusted to the American Foreign Secretary, William Rogers. His peace efforts were based on UN Resolution 242, adopted by the organization in November 1967, and calling for an Israeli withdrawal from all the territories it had occupied in the 1967 war in return for peace with its Arab neighbors. Rogers added an edge. Arab countries willing to participate in negotiations on this basis were expected to join the American camp in the Cold War. Washington wished to exclude, and eventually did, the Soviet Union from any significant influence in the Middle East. This drive gradually deepened American involvement in the peace process. Before the American assumption of the peace process, the UN had tried to persuade both sides to adopt Resolution 242 as a basis for peace, with the help of yet another Swedish mediator, Gunnar Jarring. Like that of his predecessor, his mission ended in failure. 43 Israel eventually accepted the principle of Resolution 242, but only as a basis for a solution to the situation in the Sinai Peninsula. It refused to apply it to the Golan Heights, the West Bank, or the Gaza Strip. The Israeli Foreign Office even translated the resolution into Hebrew in a way that implied that it did not have to withdraw from all the territories it had occupied. The American peace effort, after almost 20 years of isolation from such diplomatic activity, was accompanied by a new diplomatic jargon, borrowed from the world of business, built on cost, benefit principles and devoid of any reference to moral values. Its buzzword was peace process. The Palestinians searched this new vocabulary in vain for terms such as decolonization, an end to the occupation and moral justice. They were instead confronted with a language that regarded the balance of power as one between two partners equal in all aspects of the conflict: blame, guilt and justice. There was in reality no peace process. But, as Noam Chomsky rightly remarked, this jargon very conveniently allowed American involvement as coaches of the so-called process. It also meant that there was no comprehensive attempt to solve the conflict, but that progress in negotiations, or even the negotiations themselves, became more important than results. The Americans played a more neutral role in the case of the bilateral Israeli-Egyptian negotiations, realizing that even Nasser in his last days was willing to implement the Resolution 242 principle fully. But, like the Israelis, they were only fully convinced after two successive Egyptian presidents, Gamal Abd al-Nasser and Anwar Sadat, engaged Israel in two wars to regain the Sinai Peninsula. In March 1969 Nasser began a fruitless war of attrition over the Suez Canal, which lasted until August 1970. A peace initiative, proposed by William Rogers, failed to elicit an agreement to withdraw in return for peace from the intransigent Golda Meir, Prime Minister from 1969 to 1974. Sadat's surprise attack of October 1973, which had been prearranged with the Syrian President Hafez al-Assad, succeeded in activating a peace dialogue, which led to a partial Israeli evacuation of the peninsula, to be completed when President Sadat made his historic trip to Jerusalem in November 1977, pledging a full diplomatic peace with Israel in return for a total Israeli withdrawal from Egyptian soil. The 1973 joint Syrian-Egyptian attack caught Israeli intelligence unprepared, and the near defeat on the battlefield sent shockwaves through the political system as a whole, contributing to the demise of Labour as the leading political power in the state. Its arch-rival, the Likud leader Begin, had left the coalition government in 1969 in protest against Israeli agreement to enter negotiations. He would return to power in 1977, only to hand over the whole of the Sinai to the Egyptian president. This third round of fighting, in 1973, between Israel and the Arab world did not affect, nor was it focused on, the Palestine question. It is one of the more curious twists in this narrative of conflict that the bloodiest of all the Arab, Israeli confrontations was fought over issues that did not concern most of the people living between the River Jordan and the Mediterranean. The only relevance of the war for these people was that it weakened the hegemony of the Israeli political elite, and shattered the illusion of unity of purpose within Israeli society. While it affected Palestinian society outside Israel, it was of no importance to those living in the occupied territories or in the refugee camps. The 1973 war might have ended with an even more devastating Israeli defeat had it not been for Sadat and Assad's hesitancy, as military commanders, as to how to proceed after an unanticipated victory, and for an intensive American support operation for Israel, which tipped the military balance after the early days of the war. The two leaders had wanted a limited war, and achieved their major objective, the resumption of the peace process. The Soviet Union backed Egypt until 1972, and would probably have been willing to continue, had Anwar Sadat not expelled Soviet military advisors from Egypt in July 1972. The Soviets, nonetheless, shipped significant supplies to Egypt, although not to the extent that the US assisted Israel. The question of borders, the Jordanian option and Greater Israel. The 1973 war was a traumatic event that promoted the disintegration of Israeli politics and culture. The myth of Israeli invincibility was shattered, and while some saw this as a good reason to become more insistent in the search for peace, others turned to God, toughening their positions on peace and territorial compromise. What added to the confusion and the erosion of self-confidence was the high number of deaths, about 3,000, compared with the few hundred in the 1967 war. A general sense of grief fell on the country and affected the government's prestige. 44. The basic failure was believed to be the malfunction of the intelligence apparatus. The scope of the failure was revealed to the public in April 1974, with the publication of a report prepared by a committee chaired by the then President of the Supreme Court, Shimon Agranat. The report blamed the IDF and its chief for the intelligence failure, while exonerating political leaders from responsibility for the surprise attack on Israel. But it seems that quite a few members of the Jewish community in Israel reached a different verdict, and regarded both Prime Minister Golda Meir and her Defense Minister, Moshe Dayan, as the principal culprits. A protest movement, both popular and spontaneous, sprang up in the wake of Agranat's report. It consisted of several groups, which pressurized the Labour Party to remove Meir and Dayan from office, even after the party won the national 1974 election, the last one for many years. A new Labour leader was now needed, and there was no better candidate than the 1948 hero, Yitzhak Rabin. Rabin was serving as ambassador to Washington, and was therefore not involved in the army's failure. Before becoming prime minister, he had to overcome, in the first ever democratic elections within the Labour Party, his arch-rival Shimon Peres. Until then, party leaders had been chosen by a selection committee, not elected by the ordinary members. The two met repeatedly as competitors for party leadership, dragging the Labour Party as a whole into instability with their petty personal rivalry. Rabin was the first Israeli-born prime minister, personifying the dream of the nationalist and militarist society that had been in the making since 1936. Rabin was the leader of a movement whose power was waning. The preeminence of the party had already been eroded, and during his first year in office there was a breach in the alliance between his party and the religious National Party, Mafdal. This alliance had been formed when, despite the protests of the Redeemers and Settlers, the veteran leader of Mafdal, Yosef Berg, led his party into Rabin's coalition. The delivery of American F-15s to Israel created a coalition crisis when the gifts arrived on a Saturday, when, according to an agreement with the religious parties, all traffic was to cease. The crisis led to Mafdal's departure from the government and a call for new elections. One calamity followed another. Rabin was prevented from reseeking his party's candidature after it was revealed that his wife held an illegal bank account in Washington. This petty offense was insignificant in comparison to an array of corrupt deeds committed by other labor leaders, but nevertheless he had no choice but to resign. During his 3 years in office he had been occupied mainly in diplomacy. The peace accord was underlined, as before the war, by a UN Security Council resolution, this time number 338. It was similar to Resolution 242, although indicating a concern, but no more, for the future of the Palestinian refugees. After 1975, with the legitimization of the PLO in the UN, the organization's Middle Eastern resolutions all focused on the refugee question and were much more pro-Palestinian. This was mainly the result of the increase in the number of Asian and African countries in the organization, although progress in this regard was hampered by repeated American vetoes in the Security Council. William Rogers was replaced by Henry Kissinger as the prime mover behind the process. A genuine pro-Zionist, he generally echoed the basic Israeli perceptions of Palestinian nationalism. In a crude manner, this had been already expressed by Golda Meir, who had declared that there was no such thing as the Palestinian people, and that therefore there could only be one possible partner for negotiations over the occupied areas, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. This was the Jordanian option of the Labour Party, which was aimed at dividing the former mandate between Israel and the Hashemites in Jordan, at the expense of the Palestinians. It underpinned both their tactics and their strategy vis-a-vis occupation and peace. In the past it had prompted Ben-Gurion to collude with King Abdullah in the 1948 war. This time, the Israelis offered the Jordanians a smaller portion, only part of the West Bank, between 10 and 15% of Palestine. 45. If the Jordanians and the Israelis differed, it was on the role accorded the Palestinians. While the Labour vision was of a de-Palestinized Palestine, Hussein was more cognizant of the Palestinian identity of the West Bank. In 1972, he countered the Israeli plans with a scheme of his own, suggesting a federation between Palestine, i.e. the West Bank, and Jordan on a binational model. The Rabin government failed to show generosity even towards the Jordanians, and Henry Kissinger shuttled in vain between Amman and Tel Aviv, trying to convince King Hussein to accept part of the West Bank in return for a bilateral peace. Hussein did not go to war in 1973, but neither did he make peace on the basis of the stringent Israeli offer, nor was the PLO ready to accept the Jordanian idea of a federation. He then sought to negotiate with the PLO as well as Israel for a future settlement in the West Bank, but failed on both counts. Kissinger introduced interim agreements for both the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights, shrinking the Israeli empire slightly. The decline in the fortunes of the Jordanian option increased the popularity of the Greater Israel option after 1977, an ideology that worsened life for many Palestinians, and destroyed the dreams of peace of many Israelis. Its end also affected the Palestinian community in Lebanon in 1982. The intensive diplomatic whirl generated by Kissinger and others had hardly affected, or for that matter benefited, the society as a whole. While the American Secretary of State was shuttling from one capital to the other, deeper forces were at work below the surface. Kissinger did not bring peace to Palestine and Israel, but the Israelis felt more secure, or became less concerned with security, which allowed social and economic problems, suppressed for years, to reappear and trouble the state and its institutions. The Mizrahi Revolution. The most significant of these internal problems was the growing tension between Mizrahi Jews, especially those from North Africa, and the political establishment of the Labour Party. The relative prosperity of the Jewish community as a whole after the 1967 war reinforced the sense of stagnation and neglect among the Mizrahi Jews. The leaders of the local economy lauded the recovery of Israel from its pre-1967 recession, but there were few signs of this prosperity in the slums of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, mostly inhabited by Moroccan Jews. Nor was it apparent among the Mizrahi communities in the small towns encircling Tel Aviv, such as the once prosperous Palestinian towns of Lydda and Ramleh. Nor did the thriving economy benefit Jews from Iraq, Kurdistan, Bohra, Yemen, and Tunisia, who had settled as farmers in agricultural communities, Moshavim, near tense borders and away from city centers. Prosperity was also absent from the dozen or so new and ugly development towns erected for the Arab Jews everywhere in the country. The economy of these towns was tied closely to one or, at best two, factories, usually producing textiles or food, and totally dependent on the local and global fortunes of these traditional industries. In the post-1960s industrial world, there was little hope for communities reliant entirely on such factories. At the end of the 1980s, their owners, both the Histadrut and private industrialists, sold these assets for a good profit, which was not shared with their loyal workers, who by that time found themselves unemployed in numbers equaled only among the Palestinians in Israel. In the years just after the 1973 war, unemployment was less of a problem than was the visible lack of proper human, social and educational infrastructure in the deprived areas. The sense of discrimination was reinforced by the realization of many young people that they would be stuck on the same unskilled, underpaid and low-status rungs of the socio-economic ladder as their parents. This socio-economic marginalization was echoed in the patronizing cultural attitude adopted towards anything Mizrahi, apart from food, resulting in an underground music movement, first in the form of illegal radio cassettes with Mizrahi, Arabic, and Mediterranean music, which later became a powerful tool for social protest and a vehicle for the careers of Mizrahi pop stars. Strangely, it was a Greek singer by the stage name of Eris Sun, who had opened a nightclub in Jaffa in October 1967, who pioneered the introduction of Mediterranean and then Arab music into the local pop culture. Music not only symbolized an attempt to construct a particularistic ethnic identity, it also satisfied the craving of a new generation of Jewish youth for a more global popular culture. After the 1967 war, the government had used the police to combat the mushrooming of discotheques and nightclubs in Tel Aviv, and the National Theatre was alarmed by the rebellion of playwrights such as Hanoch Levin against recruited culture. Tel Aviv as a geocultural center proved more resistant than other parts to the national engineering of culture from above. Its Palestinian parallel, by the way, would prove to be Ramallah, with its islands of universal and popular culture. Both became havens of more universal values, styles, and tastes, although they isolated themselves from the rest of the Jewish and Palestinian societies in the process. The further marginalization of the Mizrahim eventually produced more than a clandestine cassette market. Their exclusion from the prosperity enjoyed by the Ashkenazim and a growing awareness of similar protest movements abroad generated a new, more focused discontent. It began with a movement called the Black Panthers, modeled on the African American organization. This was the most radical manifestation of Mizrahi frustration, particularly among Moroccan Jews. The movement sprang up in the slums of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, but had little popularity in the development towns, where Moroccan Jews lived in similarly poor conditions. The Labor government under Golda Meir responded with indifference. When told that Black Panther activists were refusing to leave her private lawns on which they were demonstrating, she uttered a sentence that became part of the Israeli political lexicon and political satire, Ham Yeladim lo nemadim, they are not nice children. Not content with words, her government always arrested activists the night before a planned demonstration, on the grounds that these are criminals who will not be able to demonstrate in a civil way. 46. The militarization of Israeli society continued vigorously after the 1967 war, and with it indifference towards social and economic deprivation. Service in the army became the principal criterion for patriotism. Rabin's election as prime minister reinforced this mood. In 1974, his government introduced severe sanctions against Israelis living abroad and refusing to return annually for reserve duty in the IDF. In the development towns, young politicians who had become disillusioned with the Labour Party were attracted by Menachem Begin and his new party, Likud, formed with the help of Ariel Sharon. This right-wing party showed no desire to act on poverty or social discrimination, and its Greater Israel ideology interested very few in the troubled areas of Israel. Its sole attraction was that it was anti-labor. This lured enough Mizrahi Jews, frustrated by years of discrimination and impoverishment, to bring Begin to power in 1977. The Begin Revolution. Menachem Begin's journey to power had been long. He had had to break through the dominance of the labor movement in every sphere of Israeli life, a dominance dating from the very early stages of the Zionist project in Palestine. Before the 1967 war, neither he nor his colleagues who advocated the establishment of a Jewish Zionist state in all of mandatory Palestine were considered legitimate political partners. The 1967 war won Begin his first ministerial portfolio and, although he resigned in 1970, he remained popular and did not lose sight of opportunities. At first he formed Gahel, a bloc between his own party Herut, the right-wing revisionists and the Irgun of the Mandate era, and the Liberal Party. He took on two generals to compensate for his own lack of military background, Ezer Weizmann, a legendary Air Force commander and the nephew of the first Israeli president, Chaim Weizmann, and Ariel Sharon. In the 1970s they formed Likud, cohesion in Hebrew. A coalition of dissatisfied Israelis brought Begin to power, Mizrahi Jews suffering from years of discrimination, religious Jews feeling marginalized in the Jewish state, Laborites shocked by the 1973 Arab surprise attack, and expansionist Jews, both secular and religious, hoping Begin would impose Israeli rule over the occupied territories. The Mizrahi Jews brought Begin to power, but the disappointed Ashkenazi Jews toppled labor. They did not vote for Begin, but did not support labor. Many abstained or voted for a different party. They even formed their own party, the Democratic Movement for Change headed by the 1948 war hero, Yigal Yadin. Not surprisingly, once in government Likud had little to offer those who had brought it to power. Social and economic policies were the portfolio of the Liberal Party, whose leaders made it a priority to eliminate Labor's meager socialist legacy. It seems with hindsight that Labor policies were a far cry from a conventional socialist or social democratic policy, despite the Labor Party's decision in January 1968 to adopt the Internationale along with the national anthem, Hatikva. 47. In any case, the Liberal ministers in Begin's first, 1977-81, and second, 1981-4, governments adopted a free market policy. Their economic guru was Milton Friedman. Under his influence, as happened in several third world countries, the Israeli economy was torn by hyperinflation and an unbridgeable gap between rich and poor, before being restored to a softer version of an open market economy by a Labor, Likud coalition government. This was established in 1984, and ended a 7-year term by Likud alone. Figure 6 Demonstration of the Black Panthers in Jerusalem, 1972. Likud's initial foreign policy gambit surprised the world at large, as it responded favorably to another peace effort by Anwar Sadat. Begin's first Likud government included some veterans from the old administration, such as Moshe Dayan. He and Ezer Weizmann, now a Dove, pushed Begin into signing a bilateral peace agreement with Egypt in 1979. This agreement had won the support of the Israeli public after a dramatic surprise visit by Anwar Sadat to Israel in November 1977, a psychological ploy that weakened their siege mentality and intransigence. Sadat came to Jerusalem, disappointed with previous international efforts to solve the conflict, such as an attempt to convene an international peace conference, which had ended in failure. Incidentally, this last peace initiative could have helped the PLO, as the Soviet Union had insisted that its status, the problem of refugees and the occupied parts of Palestine, were to be central aspects of the negotiations. Jimmy Carter, the first American president to locate the Palestine question at the center of the peace process, had fully endorsed this prioritization. It was forestalled by the Sadat Initiative, which had been prearranged by senior Israeli and Egyptian politicians long before Sadat's historic visit. The Egyptian president knew he would receive the whole of the Sinai Peninsula in return for normalization of his country's relations with Israel. Politicians who had previously vowed never to concede an inch of the Sinai now became enthusiastic supporters of the peace camp. An extra-parliamentary movement called Peace Now, consisting of veteran soldiers serving in combat units, produced a public atmosphere supportive of Begin in his negotiations with Sadat. While not always smooth, the negotiations ended with a formal peace treaty and the normalization of diplomatic relations between the two countries. The reservist officers of peace now had implied that they would not participate in an unwarranted war in the future. This was an unfulfilled threat, as many of them did not hesitate to join the 1982 invasion of Lebanon. 48. It was 2 years before the peace treaty was finalized on the White House lawn, imprinted on the public mind with the famous photograph of the intertwined handshake of Carter, Sadat, and Begin. Israeli television broadcast live every aspect of the negotiations, from Sadat's appearance on the steps of his aircraft in Jerusalem in November 1977, until the ceremony in which the two leaders received the Nobel Peace Prize at the end of 1978. The blanket media coverage had a great effect on public opinion and helped Begin overcome hardliners, such as his future successor Yitzhak Shamir. Such a public relations blitz was needed because the treaty involved the withdrawal from and destruction of several Jewish settlements in the Sinai, including 2 thriving towns, Afira and Yamit. However, the previous siege mentality and psychology of isolation quickly disappeared. Israeli tourists swarmed to Egypt, eager to enjoy again the experience of visiting a neighboring country by bus and in peace. Much of this euphoria subsided. The Egyptian president had promised the Palestinians that he would link the bilateral agreement to a settlement of the Palestine question, but never succeeded in doing so. Likud returned the Sinai so that the West Bank and the Gaza Strip would be sidelined in the peace agenda. Both sides concurred on a new term, autonomy, as a strategic goal for settling the problem of the occupied territories, which in essence meant the status quo in those areas. For Egyptian civil society, left and right, secularists and Islamists alike, it was tantamount to betraying the Palestinian cause. They had the power to turn the peace with Israel into a cold state of affairs, where much of the past hostility and enmity remained intact. Israel's relations with Egypt were never truly normalized. The number of Israeli tourists declined, and hardly any Egyptians visited Israel. Nonetheless, the cycle of war was over, considerably undermining any pan-Arab military option against the Jewish state. The business communities on both sides gradually strengthened their ties, a trend that has continued. 49. The autonomy concept enabled Begin on his return to power in 1981 for a second term to solidify the Jewish settlement movement in the occupied territories. It was Ariel Sharon, first as housing minister and then defense minister, who masterminded the scheme. The only disappointment for the advocates of Greater Eretz Israel was that Sharon wished to Judaize the areas rather than annex them. This pragmatism enabled Likud and Labor finally to end a long public debate about the occupied territories. When both lost interest in social and economic affairs, they were able to form 2 coalition governments, between 1984 and 1988. The bad blood between them, the manipulation of Mizrahi hostility towards Labor by Likud, and a conventional political struggle for power prolonged an internal Israeli affair. Palestinian political life continued with increasing indifference to Israeli politics. As far as most Palestinians were concerned, little changed, whoever was in power. Navigating between agendas, the politics of Palestine, 1967 to 1987. Palestinian politicians, both inside and outside Palestine, lacked the power to determine the occupied area's future, let alone that of the rest of Palestine, or to decide the fate of the refugees. They were successful in other things, however. For instance, the political activists in the occupied areas developed their own political agenda. They saw the areas as occupied Palestine, or what was left of Palestine. Second, their priority was to end the occupation. Towards this they demanded a total Israeli withdrawal, the dismantling of Jewish settlements, and the establishment of independent Palestinian rule. The few politicians who remained faithful to the Hashemites in Jordan slowly lost their power and disappeared altogether from the political map. The pro-PLO leadership that replaced them was tolerated by the Labor government, but when Likud came to power in 1977 it designated the PLO as a subversive element. The situation of Palestinians in the occupied territories worsened under Sharon's term as defense minister, during which the weight of occupation was felt more heavily than ever. The local political bodies did not wait for a PLO response. In 1981, they created their own infrastructure to face the new conditions, headed by a new institution, Lajnat al-Taja, Committee of Guidance. The establishment of a national leadership was a casus belli for Sharon. He responded by arresting many of its members, and eventually combined his struggle against them with an overall plan to destroy the PLO in Lebanon. He also tried to arrange, with the help of a reputable Israeli Orientalist, Menachem Milson, a puppet leadership, called the Village Leagues, which, however, disappeared as suddenly as they had appeared. Among the various political bodies facing the brutality of the occupation during Sharon's era was the Palestinian Communist Party, which called for the partitioning of Palestine with the Jewish state. Although for most Palestinian politicians this notion was still a heresy, the Palestinian Charter vehemently rejects the idea. Far more important in my eyes, however, the Communist Party stressed the need to build a civil society inside the occupied territories. Similar positions were taken by the Popular Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which was the first body within the PLO to suggest the two-state solution as a new strategy. It dropped Popular from its name shortly after the split with the Palestine Front for the Liberation of Palestine in 1969. 50 This proved impossible in the Sharon era, but after his fall from grace in the wake of the 1982 Lebanon War, the communist agenda of recognizing the possibility of dividing Palestine into two states and of building up civil institutions despite the occupation began to gain currency in the occupied territories. The PLO moved closer to this agenda in 1974, when Fatah published its program of stages. This was a policy document stating that the liberation of the occupied territories had priority over the dream of redeeming Palestine as a whole. It did not specify a timetable for the latter, or indeed say whether it was a firm objective, but it was a pragmatic shift that affected the PLO as a whole and led to a gradual abandonment of the armed struggle in favor of diplomacy. This had also been facilitated by the Arab Summit decision to recognize the PLO as the sole and legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. This dictum was adopted later by the UN in 1975, by the European Community in 1981, and de facto by the USA in 1988 and Israel in 1993. The move to pragmatism was feasible only for Fatah, which, unlike the PFLP and PDFLP, had distanced itself from revolutionary discourse or practice. It avoided intervention in the politics of Arab states, limited its domestic indoctrination policy to national goals of liberation, and was willing to change tactics and strategy. Indeed, the two other organizations rejected Fatah's decision to limit the goal of the liberation movement to the establishment of an independent state in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Fatah was in control, however, and through its leadership a web of contacts was woven between the PLO in Lebanon and the Committee of Guidance in the occupied territories. The other factions strengthened their ties with the occupied areas, establishing shadow offices matching those in Beirut in the major Palestinian towns. Although Lebanon was the hub of Palestinian politics, the Palestinian National Movement was a transnational body, acting according to pressures from more than one place. 51. Thus, in just over a decade, 1970 to 81, the politics of nationalism in the diaspora had recombined with those in the occupied territories. During that decade, the PLO established itself in Lebanon after most of its offices and fighters were moved there. It was located in two areas. The political leadership bought houses in Beirut, the site of the organization's established departments and of its new ones, such as an archive, publication house, and international departments. The other location was in southern Lebanon, in the tough terrain around the Palestinian refugee camps. The military operations against Israel were conducted from the Al-Arqab area in southeastern Lebanon, where Fatah guerrillas had carved out for themselves an autonomous territory in the 1960s. The differential structure of left and right within the PLO was fragmented further during its time in Lebanon by the deeper involvement of the Arab states in the movement. As before, the balance of power between the various groups within the PLO was determined by the ability to show boldness and inventiveness in the fight against Israel. Southern Lebanon became a launching pad for attacks on Israel, some carried out by Katyusha missiles on Jewish settlements, others through the taking of hostages to obtain the release of Palestinians already imprisoned in Israel. Many of these actions failed, although they succeeded in terrorizing the population of northern Israel and engendered insecurity, which led the various Israeli governments to launch large-scale retaliations. In some cases, the Israeli victims of Palestinian guerrilla warfare were children, as in the case of the Ma'alat operation in 1974, when the high school of this northern Israeli development town was attacked by the PDF-LP. Most of the children killed in the attack died when special Israeli units tried to storm the school, a cycle of violence that repeated itself in other operations where the Israelis refused to negotiate. 2 years earlier, 11 Israeli athletes were murdered by the Fatah group Black September after being taken hostage at the Olympic Games in Munich in an operation that ended in bloodshed during a clumsy German rescue attempt. Most Black September members were later assassinated by the Israeli Mossad, which conducted a war of revenge against those involved in the Munich massacre. The guerrilla warfare also continued along familiar lines, with the planting of bombs in Israel, the hijacking of aeroplanes, and attacks on military installations. Southern Lebanon became a battlefield, depopulated in some parts at least during periods of unrest. This activity required a sizable arsenal. The USSR became the PLO's main arms supplier, but training was offered by more than one source. Several leading revolutionary regimes assisted the movement: China, North Korea, Algeria, and Cuba. The PLO was also entangled in an international web encompassing anarchist, terrorist, guerrilla, and liberation movements all around the world, including the IRA, the Red Brigades in Italy, the Baader Meinhof Gang in Germany, the Red Army from Japan, and the Viet Cong. Some of these movements sent their people to train in the PLO's enclave in southern Lebanon. In the midst of this, Fatah formulated its most pragmatic policy yet, encapsulated in the program of stages. This was an interesting, and for a while successful, mixture of guerrilla warfare and diplomatic initiatives. However, while Arafat was received as a head of state in many Arab capitals, he could not be recognized as such by anyone outside the Middle East, not even by his most ardent supporter, the Soviet Union. Nor was his legitimacy secure in the Arab world. His arch-rival was President Assad of Syria, who monitored Palestinian political life more closely than any other Arab leader and demanded unconditional loyalty to his policies. Fatah resisted, and an unbridgeable abyss opened between Damascus and the PLO. In many ways, Arafat was his own worst enemy. His greatest failure was his inability to keep the PLO out of the Lebanese Civil War, which erupted in 1975. An exaggerated sense of self-esteem and a false appreciation of his importance and that of his organization within Lebanon led him to try to play a leading role there. Against the advice of some of his closest associates, he involved the PLO in the Muslim-Christian strife, openly taking the Muslim side. In 1970, the Lebanese government had not wanted the PLO on its soil, but had been too weak to reject Egyptian and Jordanian pressure, but resented the interference in its internal affairs. The PLO could have remained neutral, but felt that its position in Lebanon depended on a Muslim victory. 52. The fluctuating fortunes of the war and the opportunistic policies of Syria, whose army invaded Lebanon in 1976, exposed the refugee community there to repeated attacks by anyone who felt the PLO was serving the enemy. The Syrians slaughtered Palestinians in Tel Zader in 1976, when they were allied to the Christians, and later, when they decided to back the Muslims, they encouraged a faction of the PLO headed by a colonel, Abu Musa, to attempt to depose Arafat. When the Muslims fared better, as a result of a shift in Syrian policy, the PLO improved its position in the country, enabling it to focus once more on the armed struggle against Israel. A series of bold and imaginative operations was carried out, the most famous being an attack on a vital junction on the Haifa, Tel Aviv highway in 1978. More than 20 Israeli civilians died, and the Israeli government retaliated by occupying southern Lebanon. The Israeli intimidation of the population there prompted the Shiites to move to Beirut. This event led to both the Islamization of Lebanon and the militarization of the struggle against the Israeli occupation. In 1982, the State of Israel, the Shiites of Lebanon, the PLO, the Christian Phalangists and the Syrians all found themselves involved in a war that, while limited in conventional terms, would have a far-reaching impact on Israel and Palestine, politically and socially. The war in Lebanon and its aftermath, 1982 to 1987. Several of the processes described so far converged in the Lebanon War of June 1982. The first was the rise in Palestinian consciousness in the occupied territories. The second was the increase in Palestinian resistance operations from southern Lebanon. The third was the desire of the Likud government to eliminate the Palestinian question altogether by force. The first two led Sharon to begin to invade Lebanon. Sharon was assisted by a nationalist chief of the General Staff, Raphael Ilan, and together they promoted an aggressive Israeli policy in southern Lebanon. Their actions strained even further the tensions in the triangular situation that had developed there over previous years. The three players were the Syrian forces in the Bekaa Valley, the PLO units relocated from the Mediterranean coast to Jabal al-Sheikh, the Hermon Mountains near the Syrian, Lebanese border, and the Israeli army in the south, aided by its own Maronite militia called the South Lebanon Army. After particularly heated clashes in 1981, both the PLO and Syria tried to reach a modus vivendi with the Israelis, assisted by Philip Habib, a special envoy sent by the Americans. An unwritten ceasefire was concluded at the end of the year but was abandoned when, in June 1982, the renegade from the PLO, Abu Nidal, sent assassins to kill the Israeli ambassador in London, Shlomo Argov. He was only badly wounded. This gave Sharon and Ilan an excuse to commence a war against the PLO in an operation euphemistically called Peace for the Galilee. Sharon misled his prime minister into believing that the operation would be limited to the occupation of more of southern Lebanon. From the start he had intended to occupy Beirut, chase out the Syrians, install a Maronite pro-Israeli government in Lebanon and destroy the PLO. In the event, Lebanon was scarred and much of Beirut destroyed in carpet bombing from the air and shelling from the ground. Other results of this invasion were the evacuation of the PLO headquarters to Tunis in September 1982, tighter Syrian control over the country, and the appearance on Lebanon's political scene of the Hezbollah, a new radical political Islamist Shiite movement backed by the Khomeini regime in Iran. Israel, in addition, found its Vietnam. It had, for the first time in its history, initiated a war that was controversial among its citizens. Such wars inevitably produce protest movements, and the one that emerged after the Lebanon War focused less on the misery of Lebanon than on the growing number of Israeli casualties, both in the war and in subsequent combat with the local resistance movement led by the Hezbollah. Each day a group holding a vigil outside Begin's official residence in Jerusalem announced the number of soldiers killed. Begin's previous ploys, such as fomenting Ashkenazi, Mizrahi tensions, which had worked well in the 1981 elections, did not save him now. They also resulted in a rare political assassination. A disgruntled Moroccan Jew from Jerusalem's poor neighborhoods joined a group of extreme right-wing Israelis connected to the American Jewish Rabbi Meir Kahane, and threw a hand grenade into a crowded Peace Now demonstration, killing one person and wounding several others. That the war did not prove a landmark in the perceptions and attitudes of political leaders in Israel towards the Palestine question can be explained by the introverted nature of the Israeli protest movement. Like the custodians in the case of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, those joining the political stage were only concerned with their self-image and the number of Israeli deaths in the war. The occupation corrupt, as Amos Oz, a young kibbutz teacher, wrote in 1967, and failed to mention that war also oppresses and destroys. Had they looked beyond their own concerns they would have realized how callous yet another Israeli attack on Palestinian refugees was. As in the 1948 and 1967 wars, refugees in the Lebanon War again became the principal victims of the Israeli drive for territory, security, and dominance. Their suffering had begun even before the invasion. They had been uprooted several times from 1976 during the Civil War and the early Israeli invasions. By 1979, 1.8 million refugees were registered in Lebanon. At the height of the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon, the number was well beyond 2 million. As several researchers visiting the camps in those days remarked, refugees had developed a survival routine, however poor and unsatisfying. This normal life was disrupted first for those in Beirut affected by the Lebanese Civil War, then for those in the southern refugee camps during the Israeli invasion of 1978, and for the rest after the Lebanon War. 53 After 1982, the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon were, and still are, ghettoized in 11 camps run by UNRWA, and since the PLO's departure from the camps have suffered from malnutrition, high levels of unemployment and the absence of a decent sanitary and medical infrastructure. The low point of the invasion was the massacre in September 1982, by Christian Phalangists, of the inhabitants of 2 refugee camps, Sabra and Shatila, in southern Beirut. Hundreds of Palestinians, men, women, and children, were slaughtered by a Maronite militia, encouraged and incited by Israeli military officers of the highest rank. The connection with the IDF was clear enough to convince 400,000 Israelis to protest against the massacre, and led to the establishment of a commission of inquiry headed by a former Supreme Court judge. This commission dismissed several senior officers involved and ruled that Sharon, the Minister of Defense, was unfit to serve in such a high position. He became Israel's Prime Minister in February 2001. Yasser Arafat was now removed from Palestine and in a serious rift with the other PLO groups. The latter chose Damascus as their base, and formed the Rejectionist Front, opposing Arafat's policy of seeking a diplomatic solution to the question and his later shift towards the United States as the peace broker in the Arab-Israeli conflict. Arafat's isolation increased when 2 colleagues who had run Fatah and the PLO most efficiently and charismatically were killed in the late 1980s and the early 1990s. Abu Jihad, Khalil al-Wazir, was murdered by the Israelis in his home in Hammamat, near Tunis. Abu Iyad, Salah Khalaf, was assassinated in the same area by Abu Nidal's organization. The latter was an obscure group which had declared allegiance to radical and extremist Arab regimes, such as Saddam Hussein's Iraq and Muammar Gaddafi's Libya, but was apparently also in the service of other states and secret services around the Middle East. 54. Arafat was now paying the price for chronic problems within the PLO that had begun at the movement's inception. It housed a proliferation of small groups, all clients of one Arab country or another. Before the Lebanon War, this fragmentation had been disguised. However, once in Tunis, the PLO was more restricted in its ability to formulate a consensual policy, and spent more time dealing with internal rifts. In the years after the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, therefore, the Palestinian political hub moved even further away from Palestine itself, and was even less able to attract the attention or interest of the Jewish body politic in Israel. Among the Jews in Israel, nonetheless, the internal debate, ever inward-looking, intensified after the war. At the center of this debate stood 2 extra-parliamentary movements, Peace Now and Gush Emunim. Their revitalization in the 1980s was part of a more general polarization of hegemonic politics in the Jewish state. Breaches in the wall, the polarization of Israeli society. The Peace Now, Gush Emunim debate about the future of the occupied territories, the former wishing to leave them but the latter to retain them, should be put into a historical perspective. Peace Now was the close successor of the Zionist pragmatism preached by Moshe Sharett in the 1950s, but it had little in common with Brit Shalom, which had advocated a binational state during the Mandate. Peace Now was firmly within the Zionist consensus, and provided no alternative paradigm or discourse. In the 1990s, a new group of pragmatic doves formed their own party, Meretz, which was to the left of the Labour Party. Meretz means stamina in Hebrew, but it was also an acronym of the names of the three minor parties from which it was formed: Shul Ummat Alani Civil Rights Movement, a hardcore liberal party called Shinui, Change, and the Socialist Party Mapam. Pragmatism in this case meant a typical Israeli worship of security and deterrence, not a value judgment on peace as a preferred concept, or sympathy with the predicament of the other side in the conflict, or recognition of one's own role in the making of the predicament. These were security doves who, during the Oslo process, 1993–99, included people from the center and right wings of the Labour Party, the left wing of Likud, and a number of small center parties built around charismatic ex-generals who generally disappeared after one election campaign. This military connection explains why peace now found it hard to oppose the invasion of Lebanon in 1982. The movement had initially supported the invasion, but by the time it began to have doubts, most of its reservist officers were already involved in the fighting. To the left of peace now, a new movement, Yesh Gvul, there is a limit, openly preached conscientious objection, a call later extended to soldiers serving in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Although quite a significant voice in the public debate over the Lebanon War and the continued Israeli presence in southern Lebanon, it was less impressive as an influence on the occupied territory's future. In local Israeli jargon and in the political discourse employed by the media and academia, the peace camp in Israel is the left. Elsewhere in the world this would necessarily mean a social democratic or socialist platform, or at least an accentuated concern for socially and economically deprived groups within a given society. The peace camp in Israel has focused entirely on the diplomatic maneuvers since the 1973 war, a game of little relevance for a growing number of groups in post-1973 Israeli society. The failure of this left to identify with the problems of these groups has alienated them and led some of these groups to move to the right, that is, the anti-peace camp. In general, there were two particular groups that moved in this direction, the Mizrahi Jews and the ultra-Orthodox Jews. Although the peace camp had contact with the Palestinian minority in Israel, which fully supported any Israeli effort to compromise, Palestinian hopes for positive, practical results of this contact were disappointed. The right in Israel evolved around the settlers' movement in the occupied territories. It contained both soft and hardliners. Although not giving up the idea of Greater Israel, the softer pole made strenuous efforts towards institutionalizing itself within the body politic. Yitzhak Shamir, who succeeded Begin as prime minister after the latter's withdrawal from politics in 1983, was very close to Gush Emunim's goals. On the hard line stood Meir Kahane and his supporters. This American Jew concentrated on recruiting Mizrahi Jews in deprived areas as grassroots supporters for himself and his henchmen, mostly fanatical immigrants from the USA and the USSR, to a movement called Catch, So Be It. They were numerous enough to win Kahane a seat in the Knesset in the 1984 elections, but alarming enough in their Nazi-like ideology to be banned from the next election in 1988.55. Right and left were categories too vague to cater for particular cultural groups in the emerging multicultural fabric of 1980s Israeli society. The Black Panthers movement disintegrated, but three new Mizrahi-based movements appeared. Ahalim, tense, a group of activists in slums and poor neighborhoods, argued that deprivation was partly a result of excessive investment in Jewish settlements in the occupied territories. A second group, Tenuei Mizrahim Israelis, TAMI, a Mizrahi movement, was started by a prominent family from Morocco, but was short-lived. The third, and most successful, group based on the politics of identity was Shas, an ultra-Orthodox Mizrahi movement, which began in 1984 as part of a revolt by Mizrahi Jews against the Ashkenazi-dominated ultra-Orthodox side, and became the most popular social and political Mizrahi movement in the history of Israel. It was, and still is at the time of writing, led by the charismatic Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, a former chief rabbi of Israel. Since 1988, Shas has held the balance of power after every election in Israel, and therefore has been part of every government. Other parties representing the politics of identity emerged. Some old ones, like those of the Ashkenazi ultra-Orthodox, also gained some power within Israel's coalition politics. Three old campaigners dominated politics after the Lebanon invasion: Yitzhak Shamir, leading Likud; Shimon Peres, sharing power with Shamir in several coalition governments between 1984 and 1988, and Yitzhak Rabin, Peres' second-in-command and arch-rival in the Labour Party. This trio's inability to agree on essential questions of policy is one of the main reasons for the very slow and unproductive pace of the diplomatic effort in the Middle East after the Lebanon War. Their era was marked by the exclusion from the political agenda of any issue not connected to the question of borders. They appeased the various groups on the right, refusing any territorial compromise or inclusion of the peace camp, which was willing to go back to the June 1967 borders. While the politicians found common ground, their supporters continued the struggle over public opinion. Both blocs took to the streets for mass demonstrations whenever they wished to react to a political event. However, the right wing had its own militia, the settlers, which gave it added power to terrorize the peace activists. This militia also deterred Israeli governments from taking a bold decision on dismantling the settlements. Such a decision might have caused a civil war. The possession of weapons made politics dangerous. The arming of civil society had begun in earnest immediately after the 1967 war. In the autumn of that year, the Israeli Interior Ministry reported that it could not cope with the demand for firearm licenses. 56. The right and left camps polarized Israeli society to the point of paralysis in a way reminiscent of the Italian political system, where it is impossible for one side to win an election decisively, but each is strong enough to deny the other victory. What could have tipped the balance in the peace camp's favor was a political alliance with the Palestinian minority in Israel. Palestinians in Israel, 1967 to 1987. The Palestinians in Israel went through significant transformations in the 1970s. The reunion under abnormal conditions with the Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip highlighted their unity of purpose, but it also exposed the conflicting agendas on both sides of the Green Line. The political movement in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip focused on liberation from Israeli occupation. The Palestinians in Israel, while supporting this cause, stressed as their priority the struggle for equality within the Jewish state. The most pressing issue after 1967 was land. After the Six-Day War, the Israeli governments of Eshkol, Meir, and Rabin had given energetic Judaizing officials a free hand to wage another campaign of land expropriation in Galilee. Yehud HaGalil, Judaizing the Galilee, was a clandestine program until 1976, when it became an open slogan of the housing ministry. In 1975, Israel Koning, the head of the Interior Ministry's Galilee division, systemized this wave of Judaization. In a report to Prime Minister Rabin, leaked a year later to the press, he defined the Arabs of Israel as a cancer in the Jewish body that had to be curbed and contained by increasing the number of Jews in Galilee. The report was soon translated into a brutal policy of land confiscation. 57 Jews were asked to settle in Galilee in every possible way: new towns, new kibbutzim, new community centers. For this purpose, the emergency regulations from the British Mandate were used again to expropriate land without compensation or the right of protest. The land was used for new Jewish towns. No new Arab town has ever been built in Israel, and community centers in order to attract upwardly mobile people from Tel Aviv. Land was also expropriated for the Israeli army, which seemed to be in constant need of more training grounds. Palestinian members of the Communist Party decided, after years of internationalizing their politics, to formulate a particular national agenda. They, with others, established the Committee for the Defense of the Land. The charismatic communist leader, Tawfik Zayed, a national poet as well as a politician, took advantage of this new initiative to win the local election in Nazareth, the only Palestinian town in Israel. The Communist Party, now expanded to incorporate non-communist Palestinian and non-Zionist Jewish bodies, declared itself the new Democratic Front for Peace and Equality, Jabha in Arabic. This transformation enabled the party to enlarge its membership and become more active within Palestinian national politics in Israel, probably at the expense of traditional communist goals such as activity among the more deprived socio-economic layers of society. In Israel, ethnic origin corresponded so closely to socio-economic position that Jews who advocated social equality and economic justice were doing so mainly for the sake of the Palestinians in Israel. At the time the front was formed, and for long afterwards, the poorest Jewish town, Yeruham, still had a much higher standard of living, by any known criteria, than Meilia, the richest Arab community in Israel. Jabha channeled the dismay and wrath felt by thousands of Galileans whose land and houses had been taken from them by force. The emotion erupted on March 30, 1976, in a protest remembered ever since as the Day of the Land. 6 Palestinians lost their lives in clashes with trigger-happy Israeli police. The sight of the state's security forces killing its own citizens was one even the more hawkish Israeli politicians did not wish to see. The incident led to a brief rapprochement, and a halt to the land confiscation. Galilee was not Judaized, but Arab. Jewish tension remained. There could be no real reconciliation while the economic gap between the two communities, the limited options for social mobilization in the Palestinian minority, and above all the growing sense of alienation from the state continued. The state excluded them as full citizens, occupied their nation-state, and refused to recognize the Nakba and its own share in it. For example, official Israeli statistics showed that only 1% of Palestinians in Israel were enrolled in the official education system beyond the age of 16, and only 4% between the ages of 13 and 15.58. The low percentage of Palestinian acceptance at Israeli universities did not meet their drive for higher education, hence, many young people found their way to Europe, and those connected to the Communist Party to Eastern Europe, in pursuit of academic careers. The Lebanon War produced new dilemmas in the relationship between Palestinians and Jews in Israel itself. As the late poet and novelist Emil Habibi put it, "My country was at war with my people." Perhaps surprisingly, identification with the PLO in a war that the Israelis claimed was meant to protect the people of Galilee, mostly Palestinians who did not wish for such protection, did not change the approach of the Palestinian minority in Israel, which was centered on democratic action and generated a process of democratization that matured after the 1982 war. 59 The community leaders and intellectuals became more aware of their community's unique position as a group that had been subjected to an external system in their own country. As such, they were not like immigrants who willingly accepted the code of a host country, nor were they individuals torn from their families. They were an indigenous community, and yet were excluded from nationhood in their own homeland. Palestinians in Israel and in the occupied territories, although struggling for what at least until the 1990s seemed like different agendas, were carrying out their collective political struggle in similar ways. Intellectuals, students, and workers, and women, highly visible on the ground, though not in the leadership, were the main agencies to continue the struggle. Similarly, political identity and the land question were the two main issues at the heart of political life both in the occupied territories and in Israel itself. The difference in the nature of Israeli control over the life of Palestinians in the two localities determined the particular experience of each community, as either second-class citizens of the State of Israel or inhabitants of occupied territories ruled by a military regime. Citizenship allowed more freedom to express political goals, whereas occupation necessitated a more subtle and convoluted approach through political poetry, the attribution of heroism to remaining in Palestine and not emigrating, and through a strong belief that powers such as the PLO, the Arab world and the international community would rescue the occupied society. When these methods proved futile, large sections of the younger generation opted for open resistance, leading their society to the uprising of 1987. The social and political intricacy can be partly explained by the relationship between the Palestinians in Israel and other groups in the society. The Palestinians were part of the emerging multicultural politics of Israel, in which the politics of identity fragmented the political scene into parties representing particularistic ethnic, religious, and cultural agendas. Each in its own way conveyed a sense of being victimized by the state in the past or in the present. They did not form alliances, however. Even the political cooperation between the peace camp and the Palestinian minority was limited. By the 1980s, with the emergence of national Palestinian parties in Israel, first led by Muhammad Mi'ari and Abd al-Wahhab al-Darashi, and then much more successfully and impressively by Izmi Bishara, the issue of peace was closely associated with the future of the Palestinian minority in Israel. This was too much for the Zionist left to accept, as it opened up the whole question of Israel's identity, democratic conduct, and its future between Europe and the Middle East. For an alliance to work, either the left had to abandon Zionism or the Palestinian minority ignore its national affiliation. In relative terms, it was to be a pact between what I have elsewhere called post-Zionists, Jews willing to forsake all or part of the Zionist interpretation of reality, and Palestinians prepared to put the civic agenda above the national one. While the former process was late in starting and weak, the latter was quite forceful. The gap in intensity and conviction dismantled the potential alliance, however, before it had properly materialized. The Palestinians in Israel employed the two strategies Cornel West recognized in the struggle of African Americans, the wish to be fully integrated even at the price of co-optation, on the one hand, and the homogenization of the collective identity as part of a struggle for autonomy and even independence, on the other. The two strategies could be fully employed only after the end of the military regime imposed on the Israeli Palestinians in 1966. On an individual level, co-optation persisted even after the political agenda condemned it. As long as economic benefits could be associated with such a mode of behavior, it had some success. But the overall stagnation and lack of growth among the Palestinians in Israel, coupled with the continued policy of discrimination in all aspects of life and topped by the open hostility in the occupied territories, brought the political agenda of nationalization closer to the private experience and conduct of the society as a whole. Figure 7 Palestinians at a West Bank checkpoint in December 2002. The road to Intifada. While the Palestinians in Israel were living in an almost impossible situation, the rest of the Palestinians, following the Lebanon War, were developing their own agendas. Before the war, two groups had drawn closer in a process already described, the Palestinians within the occupied territories and the PLO now based in Tunis. The danger of this process was that the common agenda was a struggle to end the Israeli occupation at the price of sidelining the issue of refugees. Although not irreversible, this marginalization sowed dissent in a community hardly in a position to afford discord. The fusion of the agendas eventually resulted in the Intifada of December 1987. The causes of the uprising lay in yet another feudal chapter in the regional politics of peace, orchestrated by the Americans, who supported a Labour Party wish to give most of the West Bank to Jordan. The failure of this attempt created a vacuum yet again, which was welcomed by the political elites who did not wish to take dramatic decisions but proved unbearable for those under occupation. The new effort in the so-called peace process, begun after the Lebanon War, moved in three directions. The first was an attempt to settle the impossible Lebanese imbroglio. It ended in 1985 in an unsatisfying division of power between Israel, Syria, Shiite militias, and the Lebanese government, each carving out for itself a piece of land in southern Lebanon, where the PLO still had power over the impoverished Palestinian refugee camps. After 1985, the Shiite militia Hezbollah began a campaign of guerrilla resistance, causing hundreds of Israeli casualties in bold suicide attacks, ambushes, and direct confrontation with the occupying Israeli army. The second direction was a strange rapprochement between Yasser Arafat and King Hussein, ending in a limited mandate given by the PLO to the Hashemite king to negotiate the fate of the West Bank on its behalf with Israel. The third direction was an open dialogue between Israelis and Palestinians in the occupied territories on a professional and intellectual level as much as on a political one. Of the three, the second seemed at first to be the most fruitful. Armed with a PLO mandate, King Hussein tried to reach an agreement with Israel in a series of private and secret negotiations with both Peres and Rabin, culminating in a draft agreement in February 1987. But the two Laborites were members of a coalition government with the hawkish Yitzhak Shamir, who refused to ratify the draft, dooming to failure another peace effort. King Hussein later claimed that it was Peres' tendency to leak his every achievement that destroyed this chance of an agreement. The failure of the agreement closed a long chapter in Israel's Jordanian option but opened the way for more direct local Israeli-Palestinian dialogue, which intensified and became for a while the only remaining axis of negotiation over the fate of Palestine. It only became a valid option, however, after the Palestinian uprising of late 1987 broke out. Chapter 7. The Uprising and its Political Consequences. 1987 to 1996. After 20 years of occupation, life in the occupied territories consisted of a familiar, but almost intolerable, routine for most of the Palestinians there. By the beginning of 1987, it was clear that no outside factors would help extricate the people from their harsh situation. The Palestinian issue was the last on the list of priorities at Arab summits. Palestinians could not fail to notice that, even when these leaders treated Palestine as a priority, they had very little to offer in the way of solutions or deliverance to the people living either under occupation or in the refugee camps. The PLO political strategy, conducted from Tunis and based on the construction of a Cairo, Amman diplomatic safety net for Arafat, produced no solutions, either to the occupation or the refugee problem. The PLO appeared resigned to the loss of its homeland and to the Palestinians' failure to achieve self-determination. The Israeli political situation remained mired in inflexibility and intransigence, as it had been since 1967. The only vibrant political arena was that of local politics in the occupied territories. It had a young national leadership, consisting of professionals and middle-class urbanites, each affiliated loosely to one of the many PLO groups in Tunis. But this leadership also lacked any clear strategy for ending the occupation, a frustrating failing that was accentuated in the 1980s by the liberation of oppressed people in East Asia, Eastern Europe, and South Africa. Against this background, the historian can only wonder why a local uprising was so late in coming. It did finally occur, and its leaders chose a term already in use by grassroots movements in the Arab world, intifada, shaking off, to describe their attempt to end the Israeli presence in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. When it happened, in December 1987, it was all-encompassing. The limited size of the occupied areas and the nature of the military rule imposed on them made opting out impossible. The various Israeli governments had never relaxed their grip, and continuously interfered in every aspect of the lives of the occupied population. The uprising forced the Israelis to cease temporarily what sociologists called a creeping annexation. From 1987, there was a traceable process of gradual incorporation of Palestinian territory into Israel, either Greater Jerusalem or through settlements, as well as the establishment of docile autonomous rule in other areas in a pattern akin to the tribal fiefdoms in Lesotho and the South African Bantustans. Creeping annexation also had economic dimensions, the most important of which was the absorption of the surplus Palestinian workforce into the Israeli economy. By 1987, Israel had transformed its economy into a Reaganite or Thatcherite free market capitalist system. Such an economy needed a cheap, compliant workforce from the occupied territories. This was facilitated via a kind of neocolonialist relationship, with the delegation of municipal, welfare and economic power to cooperative local mayors and council heads, a power structure that enabled Israel to exploit to the full whatever the occupied territories had to offer to an economy that in many ways could not have survived without it. 1. The attempt to govern by proxy, at least in parts of the territories, was defeated by the diminutive size of this part of Palestine. The drive for Jewish settlement, for instance, was obvious everywhere, to those in annexed and in theoretically autonomous areas alike. Jews were settled in areas earmarked by all Israeli governments as vital for Israel's existence. These areas were thus annexed to Israel, and were to be excluded from any future deal or territorial compromise in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The uprising had all the makings of an anti-colonialist movement. The creeping annexation had led to the integration of the local economy into the Israeli economy. It had created a relationship of dependence that had become by far the most important aspect of life under occupation. Apart from 1975, when the Israeli economy slipped into recession, the economic boom of this market affected some economic activities in the occupied territories. In general, it meant a rise in consumption levels and a decline in unemployment. These two factors led Israeli academics to boast of a successful process of modernization in the occupied areas. Point 2 But the paradigm of neocolonialist dependence meant that there was no investment in the Palestinian areas, and no infrastructure for depositing and accumulating superfluous capital and profits. In fact, these two indicators of economic activity, saving and investment, declined under the creeping annexation. Worse in economic terms was the effect on local industry. The Israelis dumped their products on the territories, undercutting local factories and producers. This was accompanied by an aggressive marketing campaign of Hebraizing signposts, public spaces, and individual consciousness. Economics is a matter of balance. The creeping annexation had produced a two-way economic flow. From the occupied territories came cheap labor and pre-capitalist commodities mainly valued according to the labor involved in their production. In the other direction flowed commodities resulting from capital investment rather than intensive labor. According to one estimate, this meant that surplus profits of around $2 billion generated in the occupied territories were swallowed up by the Israeli economy. Point 3 Workers commuting to Tel Aviv, housewives buying Israeli milk in the grocery shops, and farmers bringing vegetables to market were not aware of this imbalance, but were nevertheless experiencing this form of neocolonialism through their daily budgets, and the amount of surplus money to which they had access. The realization of the economic price paid by dependence on the occupier's market was visible in additional ways. It was seen by the Palestinian workers comparing their wages with those of their Jewish colleagues. They were paid half as much. It was also painfully evident to independent professionals who had to pay taxes at a rate bureaucrats are free to impose on an occupied population. It was obvious to entrepreneurs who had to go through a humiliating and degrading process of pleading for concessions and subcontracts. Finally, it was driven home to thousands of villagers who were forced to leave their farms. This microeconomic understanding explains best why revolutionary discourse on the need to rebel, to protest, to say enough is enough was so compelling. In sociological terms, therefore, the direct victims of the occupation were those who produced and saw no return on their investment. Their situation was reinforced by the victims of the Nakba, the refugees, within the occupied territories. The nature of these groups precluded any systematic planning or direction of an uprising. A groundswell of protest was bound to carry them with it, but nobody could know how, or where, their anger would take them. The uprising was a universal outburst of suppressed dismay, frustration, and anger against economic exploitation, land expropriation, daily harassment, Jewish settlements, and the sense of no escape from a long-endured occupation. It added to the dormant hostility deep in the minds and hearts of the refugees. The Intifada began in December 1987 in Gaza's refugee camps, which, like those in the West Bank, housed 850,000 refugees out of the 1.5 million altogether in the occupied territories at that time. A third of this population were children under 15, and according to UNRWA's report the average age in the camps was 27.4. Those men who could find work made a living as hired laborers, mainly in Israel. However, on the eve of the Intifada, more than 35% were unemployed. The average family of 5 persons made do with a room and a half, usually with an outside toilet and nothing comparable to a matafa, a living room, an important space for Middle Eastern families and for their relations with their neighbors. The refugees were also the most politicized sector of the society, which probably explains why they had borne the brunt of Israel's collective punishment policy in the 2 years preceding the uprising. The worst of these punitive acts was the sealing off of houses, or rather of refugee huts. Considering the limited space such houses offered at the best of times, one can only imagine the effect of such punishment on the population. Although economic deprivation inevitably produced the motivation for political action, it also gave rise to the bitterest harvest of the Israeli occupation, collaboration. The harsh conditions made it easy for Israel's secret service, the Shabak, to recruit collaborators. In due course the political activists retaliated, and many of these collaborators were killed, some brutally. Israel tried later to resettle some of the informers in Palestinian villages and neighborhoods in Galilee and Wadi Era, angering the population there who considered them traitors. The Israelis were eventually forced to find other refuges for them. In the first year of the Intifada, 400 refugees were killed in clashes with the Israeli army. Tens of thousands were wounded, according to most sources, although the Israelis claimed it was only a few thousand. All agree, however, that most of those wounded were children and women. The wounded were not only victims of live ammunition or rubber bullets, but also of systematic beatings by Israeli soldiers and border police. 5 Although the Israelis did not resort to mass expulsion during the Intifada, they would do so in 1993. Most of the 60 or so Palestinians expelled were refugees. Even though this number was relatively low, the act sowed further seeds of hatred and animosity. While the refugees started the uprising, the burden of keeping it alive rested on the shoulders of rural Palestine, as was the case in the 1936 revolt. The farmers proved to be the most significant factor, demonstrating, directing the riots, stoning the occupiers. The first villager to be killed by the Israelis in the uprising exemplified the rural participation in the overall effort to terminate the occupation. 17-year-old Talal Hahi came from Beit Hanan in the Gaza Strip, a village located near a refugee camp, where many men worked as hired laborers in Israel. He was killed while participating in a series of actions near his village, a kind repeated everywhere in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip in the first 4 months of the Intifada. These included stoning soldiers, preventing workers from getting to the crossing points and declaring the villages liberated areas, at least for a few days, before the soldiers returned. They proclaimed their short-lived liberation by flying the Palestinian flag from electricity poles, covering the walls of the villages with graffiti, and erecting sand or garbage barricades around the village. The IDF reacted to each protest by bombarding the villages with tear gas and then charging in large numbers. Later on, the softening included the shooting of steel bullets wrapped in rubber in preparation for the Israeli reoccupation of these villages. 6. The courage to face, almost unarmed, a highly sophisticated army was drawn from several sources. A crucial role was played by the frequent pamphlets issued by the National Unified Command, which served both as a newspaper and a manual for the Intifada. The command was a body hastily established at the beginning of the uprising, and was later appropriated by the PLO. Its leaflets provided a general analysis of the occupation, in economic and social terms, and, more importantly, specified very distinctly the exact targets to be attacked, such as buses carrying workers to Israel or to work in the settlements, and goals to be attained, such as the liberation of villages and dismantling of the Jewish settlements. Another source of inspiration, quite unexpected from a historical perspective, was the Palestinians in Israel. They reacted even more swiftly than the PLO in Tunis to the events in occupied Palestine. A few weeks after the uprising started, they began organizing strikes and demonstrations on a special day called the Day of Peace, in which for the first time political action was coordinated between Palestinians on both sides of the Green Line. The Palestinians in Israel preceded the Jewish left in pointing to the particularly brutal and callous manner in which the IDF and the Shabak were reacting to the Intifada. This included mass arrests without trial, torture during interrogation, assembling all the men in reoccupied villages and in some cases subjecting them to merciless beatings, and above all, a new measure, cordoning off villages as secure military areas, preventing entry and exit for days on end. This last method was used more frequently after it became clear that the international media, and particularly the television networks, conveyed images that for the first time since 1948 presented the Palestine problem in a way that reflected the Palestinian narrative. 7. The contribution from the Palestinians in Israel, later supported by some sections in the Jewish left, was enhanced by Palestinians in the occupied territories who had decided, despite their own struggle, to commemorate the Day of the Land in 1988 as a significant juncture in the rural uprising. This act of solidarity formed an association in the public mind, on both sides of the Green Line, between the land confiscation and killing in Galilee in 1976 and similar acts, on a wider scale, in the occupied territories in 1987. It also brought home the nature of neocolonialist economic dependence, so strikingly similar in the relationship of Israel with both Palestinian communities. This solidarity led to bolder, extended acts of resistance. In turn, the intensification of the uprising brutalized the Israeli soldiers and commanders even further. They added to their inventory of collective punishment acts such as house demolition, the erection of high fences around refugee camps, and the assembling of men in the centers of villages, refugee camps, and neighborhoods, and abusing and torturing them. The Israeli military managed to compress into a few months the same amount of brutality they had previously inflicted over a period of almost 20 years. The Israeli novelist David Grossman won national acclaim by predicting the Intifada in one of his books, The Yellow Wind. 8. A sensitive novelist, he had observed the growing hatred in the eyes of refugee children under the shadow of Israeli callousness. The Haaretz journalists Gideon Levy and Amria Hass also underlined how this heritage of cruelty undermined the chances of peace in the 1990s. The resemblance of the Intifada to the 1936 revolt was striking. The major involvement of rural Palestine ensured its widespread effectiveness. Half of the Intifada's deaths came from the villages, most of the houses demolished in the uprising were located in the rural areas, and the worst acts of retaliation were committed in the villages. Towards the end of the Intifada in 1991, the Israeli army resorted to an economic clampdown on villages as a last resort, cutting off electricity and water, and preventing olive picking during the height of the season. Gender and class. A significant difference between the two uprisings was that, in the 1987 Intifada, rural women took a central role, boldly confronting the army. Their commitment to the cause can be gauged from the death toll. 1/3 of the overall casualties were women. 9. The participation of urban women was even higher, as the patriarchal structure in the villages kept some women at home, who were in principle willing to go out and challenge the occupiers. The role of urban women in the Intifada was crucial to its early success in more than one way. It was both a spontaneous initiative and a response to a call from men in leading national positions. This marked a significant break from past modes of political behavior. Until 1965, women's participation in national politics had been limited mainly to the wives of leading activists. In 1965, as part of the overall structure of the PLO, a General Union of Palestinian Women was established. However, it was meant to supervise only women's issues such as welfare and health. The Intifada proved a catharsis for women's politics of identity in every walk of life. It provided a release for their frustration in the face of the double burden of a patriarchal society and the Israeli occupation. Like their menfolk, women in refugee camps, city neighborhoods, and villages had to work in Palestine and Israel. They were paid less and treated more badly than men in the labor market, while their incorporation in the outside world did not relieve them of any traditional domestic chores. 10. Long before the Intifada, therefore, there was an incentive for women to choose politicization as a means of gender mobilization. This is demonstrated by the increase in the number of women arrested or detained without trial, from a few hundred in the early 1970s to several thousand in the early 1980s. Their growing contribution and sacrifice was appreciated by the various bodies functioning as the national leadership. Lajanat al-Taja allocated women one seat in its ranks, while other bodies, particularly parties and factions on the left, gave them more. In the 1970s, women had entered politics through student organizations, themselves a new phenomenon on the local scene. Outside the territories, young women were already spearheading some of the bolder acts of guerrilla warfare and terrorism. In one respect, the occupiers added a positive contribution to women's advancement. The Israelis cancelled a 1955 Jordanian regulation prohibiting the participation of women in elections. When the Israeli authorities allowed municipal elections to take place in 1976, they included women in the process. There was no feminist agenda behind this act, personally decided upon by the then Minister of Defense, Shimon Peres. His advisors had told him that women were a conservative electorate, and so would vote for pro-Jordanian politicians. In practice, they voted for national and radical candidates. Women were not only voters, they were also elected as representatives to the 24 municipalities formed in these elections. Their level of participation increased in direct proportion to the deterioration of the national condition. Thus, the rise of Likud to power and its unprecedented oppressive occupation drove even more women into the national resistance movement. This meant more than conventional political activities. It included the fine arts, theater, and more subtle activity within welfare and educational NGOs. In the years before the Intifada, women's committees declared an interest in both national and gender issues. The beginning of this phase of activity was the unsponsored International Women's Day in 1978, and interest intensified throughout the 1980s. One can therefore see why women were present in all phases and aspects of the uprising, throwing stones, organizing strikes, and formulating diplomatic policies in the overall attempt to translate the Intifada into a political gain. Yet, in terms of occupational distribution, the uprising did not revolutionize women's lives. An important reason was the importance that both women and men placed on domestic economics. The need for self-sufficiency in response to Israeli sanctions highlighted the crucial role housewives had to play in supporting the uprising. This occurred with the full support of the National Unified Command. Women founded cooperatives, both outside and inside the home, providing whatever they could manufacture to counteract the growing Israeli sanctions. The gender issues in the Intifada were also clouded by the prominent role political Islam played in the uprising. As its impact on life all over Palestine and Israel transcends the uprising, it will be dealt with extensively in the conclusion to this book. Another group of Palestinians involved for the first time in nationalist activity was children and youths, who paid dearly for their bold participation in the uprising. Ironically, and tragically, the high number of children killed helped to convey the Palestinian version of events forcefully to the international community through the electronic media, providing visual proof of the brutal nature of the Israeli response. As in the 1930s, the workplace turned into a battlefield. Palestinian workers eagerly took part in this mass attempt to transform the nature of the occupation, seeing in their employers the personification of the occupiers. However, in the long run, the workers proved less resilient than the farmers. Their total dependence on their employers prevented them from opting, as farmers could, for alternative modes of existence. By the third year of the Intifada, their energy seemed to dwindle. 11 Their power of resistance was further eroded by the devaluation of the Jordanian dinar in the autumn of 1988. Their salaries were paid in dinars, and the devaluation halved their wages. The National Unified Command asked Palestinian employers not to cut wages, and later even asked them to raise salaries, but this did not work for long. The community was too poor to provide such altruistic help, and the situation was aggravated by the Israelis' use of economic sanctions as part of the war against the Intifada. Yet, while half of the casualties came from the rural areas, the workers, mostly refugees, both men and women, constituted the other half. Hardly any middle-class Palestinians fell in the war against the occupation. 12. The role of the bourgeoisie was more concerned with sustaining long commercial strikes. This was achieved after some months of hesitation by the trading community. The patriotic image of this part of the middle class was further enhanced by its initiation of a tax revolt against the Israelis. Each locality had a traders' committee, which would decide on boycotts of the web of levies that had been imposed on productive professionals since the start of the occupation. The uprising, in both cities and villages, was organized through a network of popular committees. These were modeled on the national committees of the 1936 revolt, but unlike their predecessors were democratic rather than elitist in nature, being appointed ad hoc by local villagers or neighborhood residents. Their fluid character prevented Israeli military intelligence from analyzing or infiltrating the sources of authority or the hierarchical structure. From the early 1980s, an organization called the Popular Framework had existed in rural areas, especially in the West Bank. The framework consisted of several committees, such as the Committee for Voluntary Work, Lajanat al-Amal al-Tadawi, or the Youth Committee, Lajanat al-Shabab, which organized social activities and a welfare system under the nose of the Israeli civil administration that claimed responsibility for such services, but in practice did very little in this regard. Point 13. In the urban areas, the crisis of the Intifada revived the trade unions as a regulating and organizing force. Unlike the popular committees, the unions attempted to maintain regular contact with the National Unified Command, NUC, which became the unofficial authority during the uprising. At first the NUC consisted of the more enthusiastic layer of local political activists, but was later remodeled along the lines of the PLO Executive Committee. The union's power of influence can be deduced from the high number of arrests, without trial, of union leaders by the Israelis during the Intifada. All over the occupied territories the uprising succeeded as long as the decentralized structure of the committees was left intact. While that was the case, roughly until the end of 1988, the National Unified Command moderated, rather than determined, the activity. However, the routinization of the uprising led to a decline in local initiative and an increase in the centralizing aspirations and self-accredited authority of the command. By the middle of the uprising this body consisted mainly of radical students, lecturers, and ex-politicians. Before the uprising was a year old, the PLO leadership, taking advantage of its success, produced one of the most important Palestinian documents since the PLO Charter of the 1960s. This was the Declaration of Independence, announced publicly on November 15, 1988 at the PNC meeting in Tunis. It was first and foremost an attempt to redirect the uprising towards Palestinian agendas not necessarily represented in the political action taken against the Israeli occupiers in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The document clearly stated old and new Palestinian concerns such as the fate of the refugees, the future of Jerusalem, and the nature and borders of the future Palestinian state. It was the first document that referred openly to a commitment to adhere to the principle of equality between men and women in the future state, a tribute to the leading role played by the women in the uprising. Point 14. This document had other features. It was drafted in response to the organization's new strategic requirements, namely the need to improve the PLO's relationship with the USA. The PNC meeting in Tunis was preceded by intensive negotiations between the PLO and the USA, which opened a new chapter in USA-PLO relations. These led to the inclusion of USA-based Palestinians of high international repute in the diplomatic corps that was helping to shape the PLO's policy. As a result, the Declaration of Independence recognized the partitioning of Palestine both as a crime against the Palestinian people and as a necessity for ending the conflict. This was later followed by public declarations by the PLO about the end of the armed struggle and the recognition of the State of Israel in principle. But before the PLO took center stage, the leadership on the ground in the occupied territories initiated their own diplomatic campaign. They chose Jerusalem as their base, and used a hotel, the Orient House, once owned by the leading family in the city, the Husseinis, as a kind of government headquarters. There from 1989 onwards, they maintained contact with foreign diplomats, State Department officials, Israeli MKS, members of the Knesset, from both right and left, and, above all, tried to appear to the population at large like a government. They had to wait until after the Gulf War of 1990–91, however, for their moment of glory. When Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in the summer of 1990 and the USA responded by waging a war against him in early 1991, the PLO openly took the Iraqi ruler's side. This cooled the PLO's relationship with the USA, but also highlighted the accessibility and attractiveness of the Orient House leadership in the eyes of the Americans and the Israeli peace camp. At the end of the Gulf War, a peace conference in Madrid in 1991 dealt with the Palestine question. This twist in events originated with an American refusal to deal with Iraq diplomatically as well as an American commitment to the Syrian ruler, Hafiz al-Assad, to include the Golan Heights in a discussion in an international forum. This American pledge was made in return for the symbolic but very significant Syrian participation in the anti-Saddam coalition in the Gulf War. Nothing came of this lavish event. Progress in an agreement over each of the disputed areas in the Palestine question depended on Israeli goodwill, which could not be elicited from the government of Yitzhak Shamir, who believed that the status quo was Israel's best strategy. But it did trigger a trilateral diplomatic process between Israel, Jordan, and the Palestinian Orient House Group, which took place mainly in Washington throughout 1992, until Rabin replaced Shamir as prime minister in the summer of that year. Fruitless Israeli-Syrian negotiations over the Golan Heights also began at this time, and lasted until the death of Hafiz al-Assad in 2000. Alongside the high politics, which as always produced unfulfilled hopes for change, there was an impressive local attempt in the West Bank to use the political drama to build the infrastructure for a state. This was initiated by the Tawakim teams, who had spent years at the Orient House professionally planning every aspect of life and government in their future state. Their efforts were ignored and, like so many other crucial achievements of the Palestinians under the occupation, were eclipsed by the Oslo Accord and its aftermath. The Oslo process and after. The Oslo Plan was devised by Israelis of the Zionist left. They were members of the labor movement who had a mandate to go beyond that movement's traditional positions and seek an agreement with the PLO based on a solution acceptable to the Zionist party's left of labor. The negotiators met a group of pragmatic members from the PLO's second echelon, based in Tunis. The Palestinian negotiators came to Oslo on the basis of the resolutions adopted by the PNC accepting the principle of partition as the basis for a solution to the conflict. This shift in the PLO's position reflected Arafat's recognition of his organization's inability to force an agreement based on the establishment of a secular Arab state in the whole of ex-mandate Palestine. Nonetheless, Arafat's PLO retained its insistence on the Palestinian refugees' right of return and remained committed to the establishment of a fully independent Palestinian state, free of Jewish settlements, with Jerusalem as its capital. However, these points were, for the first time in the PLO's history, negotiable rather than precepts of a national ideology. This new pragmatism was born of a matrix of discrete developments, each in its turn weakening the PLO: the disappearance of the Soviet Union as the PLO's supporting superpower, the decrease in Saudi financial assistance in the wake of the PLO's position in the Gulf War, and the overall decline in the PLO's fortunes in the Arab world at large and in Palestine in particular following its evacuation from Lebanon in 1982. As with the Declaration of Independence of November 1988, this move was prompted by the Intifada's success at attracting public support, both inside and outside Palestine, to an extent never previously attained by the PLO's guerrilla movement. Above all, it was part of a long process, beginning in 1974, which turned the PLO into a pragmatic force in the Middle East, using a mixture of force and diplomacy. Finally, the 1992 Israeli elections also played an important role. Jewish society was now willing to give a chance to a government openly declaring its readiness to vacate occupied land. Thus, the Oslo document represented the meeting point between an Israeli wish to compromise territorially and a PLO willingness to begin peace negotiations with such a compromise, but by no means to conclude them. Despite the unfavorable background against which the PLO conducted these negotiations, and notwithstanding the superior position of Israel in the balance of power between the two sides, Oslo appeared at the time to open a significant window of opportunity for the leaders of the Palestinian national movement. The agreement came into being in the form of a document called the Declaration of Principles, DOP, which was proclaimed on September 13, 1993 and signed on the White House lawn in a ceremony that included the typical American pageantry of peace. A shrewd observer reading the principles carefully would soon have noticed the precarious nature of the new agreement. Article 5 Clause 3, for example, showed clearly why the document did not so much end the conflict as expose its real nature. This clause enumerated 3 subjects to be dealt with in future negotiations, after the successful implementation of an interim agreement between the two sides: the question of Jerusalem, the fate of the Palestinian refugees, and the problem of the Jewish settlements in the occupied territories. Additionally, the clause allowed each party to bring forward for discussion, pending agreement by the other, any other topic of its choice. The main PLO concession was to link the successful implementation of the interim period with negotiations on the final status of the territories and these 3 topics. The document specified the processes for the interim period: an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza and Jericho, to be followed by a gradual transfer of certain civil functions from Israel to the PLO, and an eventual Israeli withdrawal from all Palestinian towns and population centers. At the end of the period, talks on the final settlement were to commence. This interim agreement was dictated by the Israelis, and tailored according to their perception of security. Moreover, it represented the Israeli conception of the conflict's nature and substance. The agreement dealt only with problems emanating from the 1967 war, as if that was the basis of the situation, and everything preceding it was irrelevant to a peaceful resolution of the conflict. While the agreed interim phase contributed to ending Israeli control over the lives of a large number of Palestinians, it did not take the Palestinian perception of the conflict into account, or advance any solutions for the uprooted Palestinians who had lost their homeland in 1948. The Palestinian concession of accepting the Israeli demand to make 1967 the center of the Oslo Accord was buttressed by symbols of Palestinian sovereignty in every evacuated area, most importantly, and this went beyond symbolism, the recognition of the PLO's authority in these areas. Most importantly, however, the framework of the interim phase was tolerated by the Palestinians because of the promise given in Article 5, Clause 3 of the document. The refugee problem and the Jerusalem question were important, but the PLO hoped especially that it could also raise the issue of full statehood in future negotiations. All 3 issues were related to the consequences of the 1948 war, a war that in many ways had constructed the new national identity of the Palestinians and dictated their national agenda. 15 The PLO owed its existence to the 1948 refugee community, and its raison d'etre has never been to bring an end to the Israeli occupation of 1967, a secondary task, but to rectify the evils of 1948. Although hidden in a clause, these promises included in the Oslo document represented a PLO achievement. Apart from being recognized by Israel for the first time in its history, the PLO received an Israeli agreement to negotiate on 3 issues that it regarded as being at the heart of the conflict. The Israelis very skillfully added to these a 1967 issue, that of the settlements. This was a contentious and delicate matter for the Israeli electorate, and they wished to postpone negotiations over it for as long as possible. The document stressed, however, that Israel's participation in such negotiations was conditional on a successful and peaceful implementation of the interim agreement, effectively an Israeli veto. Peaceful meant in a way that would satisfy the Israeli concept of security, so the implementation of that phase was to be monitored and executed by Israeli generals. 16. The agreement in practice, then, was a far cry from the document. This reflects the tension between the situation as envisaged by political elites and the experience of the population on the ground. In a series of agreements 17 dictated by the Israeli generals faced with a Palestinian team that lacked any professional expertise in legal and strategic matters, 18 interim objectives of the Oslo document seemed to become the basis for the final and permanent settlement of the conflict. A series of Israeli acts, or Palestinian concessions, rendered impractical and useless any future negotiations relating to the final status of the territories or to the questions of refugees and Jerusalem. The process annulled some of the principal promises made in the Oslo document. Article 31, Clause 7 declared, "Neither side shall initiate or take any step that will change the status of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip pending the outcome of the permanent status negotiations." From 1994 onwards, Israel began a construction effort, including building new settlements and expanding old ones, and erecting border fences that delineated the partition of the West Bank prior to negotiations. Massive land confiscation and settlement expansion marked the 4 years, 1992-6, of the Labor premiership. The Labor government invested $46 million in the Jewish settler population of about 144,000 in the occupied Palestinian territories, much more than its Likud predecessors, and by 1996 the settler population had increased by 48% in the West Bank and 62% in the Gaza Strip. 19 All this made the settlers' eviction less realistic than ever. In each of the agreements signed after Oslo, the balance of power and Israeli superiority were translated into reality on the ground. This was manifested in all spheres of life, which enabled the Israelis to gain influence through the employment of violent means such as arrest, detention, and house demolition. Apart from making final talks impossible, there was an additional violation of the Oslo document. Article 31, Clause 8 declared that the two parties view the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as a single territorial unit, the integrity and status of which will be preserved during the interim report. However, a series of bypasses and tunnels divided up the territories, creating an imagined map of a Jewish West Bank above, in more than one sense, the Palestinian one. Jews were not just living next to Palestinians, but above them, or were digging tunnels below them. The small Jewish settlements were connected to larger ones and to Israel proper by highways. The Palestinians living in the area encircled by settlements could only move through a series of military barriers with great difficulty, if at all. The paving of highways, the digging of tunnels and the cantonization of the West Bank, more will be said later of Gaza and Oslo, were the Oslo process. These arrangements derived their legitimacy not from the DOP, but from the various agreements signed by Israel and Oslo's new creation, the Palestinian Authority, PA. Palestinians traveling from one part of the West Bank to another or from the areas under the PA's authority to work in Israel could see better than anyone the patterns of continuity between the pre- and post-Oslo realities. The brutality and callousness of Israeli soldiers and policemen on the crossing points and roadblocks within Israeli territory confirmed that the West Bank had simply turned into a Bantustan. The occupiers stayed on the checkpoints, able to inflict any kind of mental and physical abuse on those using the borders between Israel and Palestine. This too was a violation of the Oslo document, apart from being a continued occupation. Article 10, Clause 1, Subclause A stated, "There shall be a safe passage connecting the West Bank with the Gaza Strip for movement of persons, vehicles, and goods." Clause B declares, "Israel will ensure safe passage for persons and transportation during daylight hours, from sunrise to sunset. But in any event not less than 10 hours a day." This was violated not only in the case of the passage between Gaza and the West Bank but also within the West Bank itself. The tension between the pledges made in the document and the situation evolving on the ground was reflected in the gap between parameters and functions. The Israelis controlled the parameters while Palestinians were allowed some limited functions. But even in the field of functions, the Oslo process did not go far. The Palestinian functions were limited to the running of daily life in the PA areas. They were decorated with symbolism substituting for real sovereignty, such as flags, units, names, and titles such as Palestine's Post. It is what the Palestinians call a lot of salata, honors, without sulta, authority. The new situation produced new patterns of life, which explains why, despite the obvious disadvantages, a significant number of Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza were for a long time willing partners in the process. The various mechanisms erected to regulate life in the pause areas provided jobs for the PLO people from Tunis and for an additional large number of local Palestinians. These employed people formed the main body of Palestinian support for the agreement, as they now had a vested interest in maintaining the status quo. The advantages promised in the accord could be seen more vividly in Gaza, which was less fragmented by the accord than the West Bank. Its separation from the West Bank had been accepted as an arrangement that would exist for a long time, whether the Oslo document were implemented verbatim or according to a pro-PLO interpretation. Thus, in Gaza, the relative territorial integrity at first produced a sense of relief at the removal of the direct Israeli occupation in the form of no more curfews, no more break-ins at night, and no more harassment on the roads. It took more than a year for the repeated border closures 20 and the arbitrary restrictions on movement outside the Strip to drive home the message that the Oslo process had turned Gaza into a huge prison, with a Palestinian flag inside and Israeli soldiers guarding the fences. The border closures resumed as an Israeli reaction to the bombings by the Islamic resistance movements Hamas and Islamic Jihad as part of their campaign against the accord. Most of these acts violated not only the provisions of the Oslo document but also several articles, notably Article 33, of the Fourth Geneva Convention relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war of 1949. The Oslo process lingered until 1999, mainly due to its appeal to the Israeli public and the international community. To the Israelis, Oslo was presented in the public discourse and electronic media, at least until the election of Benjamin Netanyahu in 1996, as a peace process. Much effort was invested in conveying this message of progress, and the violent hostility of the Zionist right to Oslo strengthened the conviction of many Israelis on the left that they were defending a genuine peace process against its enemies. Finally, in the international, and particularly the American, discourse the Oslo Accord, or Oslo for short, was peace. Around 1996, reality overtook the images the political leaders had created of the Oslo process. After that, the question was no longer whether Oslo had brought peace to the torn land of Israel and Palestine, but rather what price its people had paid for illusions sold to them by short-sighted politicians. In the shadow of politics, religion, nationalism, and multiculturalism. In the late 1980s, a new political actor appeared on the local scene in Israel and Palestine, the Islamic movements. These were Hamas, Islamic Jihad in the occupied territories, and in southern Lebanon, and the Islamic movement in Israel itself. Political Islam is a fairly new term, replacing Islamic fundamentalism, but it seeks to explain the same phenomenon. In general, the term is a scholarly attempt to assess the impact of religion on politics in the Arab world and beyond. It is by no means definitive, and each religious movement needs to be understood in its own context. Like other Islamists in the late 20th century, those in Palestine and Israel were anti-American and hence opposed to peace deals brokered by the USA. The close association between Israel and the USA, and its impact on the fate of the Palestinians, was an easy agenda to pursue. But this interest in politics was only one aspect of the political Islamic groups in Israel and Palestine. The introduction of Islamic concepts into the political scene was based on a genuine return to religion and tradition in Israel and Palestine. The wish to reconnect with past codes of conduct was not limited to Muslims, but was evident in the Jewish community as well. Religion in Palestine and Israel proved, as I predicted in my preface, a resilient and adaptive force, rather than a dwindling relic of traditionalism so easily dismissed by the gurus of modernization theories. Religion proved to be an effective response to the pressures of endless uprooting, deprivation and discrimination experienced by many Palestinians throughout the second half of the 20th century. It also offered a redemptive outlook on life for Jews in Israel, who were living under less harsh conditions but were nonetheless experiencing dismay and frustration born out of economic hardship and lack of orientation. The political aspect of the religious revival only made it more attractive as an alternative, not only as a daily praxis but also as a plan that promised change, in a situation where the worst had already been experienced. Religion also began to provide justification for the most extreme forms of political activity. In its name and for its sake, violence could be inflicted on enemies of all kinds, both the other side in a conflict and the traitors within. It inspired Palestinian youth to become human bombs, blowing themselves up in Israeli towns and public spaces, and it motivated zealot settlers to murder indiscriminately their Palestinian neighbors. One such settler assassinated Israel's Prime Minister, Yitzhak Rabin, in November 1995. While there were other explanations of why Israelis and Palestinians resorted to such forms of violence, such as old grudges, the violence tended to be represented as part of a divine mission. Not that a return to religion always ended in violence. For many of those from less deprived sections of society, it was a guide in an individual search for salvation and piety that increased the number of recruits to both Islam and Orthodox Judaism. As a social force, this new version of religion fitted well into the making of a civil society both in Israel and Palestine. Interpreting the world in a religious manner was reinforced by the states, or the political elites, neglect of large areas of life in their communities. This failure by the state or the nation to encompass the lives or the identities of its subjects allowed other ideologies to claim to fulfill that role. In the 1980s, these new groupings colored the map of Israel and Palestine with a rainbow of different identities, all smaller than that of the nation, and all asking either to control the state or at least to be autonomous within it in the name of an identity transcending the limitations of a state. The religious politics of identity differed from the other groupings in that it also aspired to be a substitute for nationalism, or at least an improved version of it, but one inevitably leading to a more extremist, uncompromising confrontation with the other, whatever that might be. As far as the Palestinians were concerned, whether in the occupied territories or in Israel itself, the PLO or national leaderships had since 1967 lost some of their hold over their communities. This meant that there was more space and motivation for individual and collective adaptations of more pious modes of behavior. This was evident in two areas. In the rural areas, traditional concepts and beliefs had remained steadfast for centuries and could easily be given a more political orientation, especially given the encroachment of the Israelis into the lives of locals. It was also apparent in the poor urban neighborhoods, such as in Nazareth, Hebron, and Nablus. The fact that many of the more fortunate city dwellers were highly secularized in style and outlook only made those in more deprived areas more antagonistic towards wealth and intellectualism. In the early 1980s, individual return to Islam in the occupied territories became collective and nationalist. 21 The failure of the PLO to provide protection against harassment and military control propelled many people into the arms of political Islam. This movement also originally received Israeli support. The government's Orientalist advisors recommended that it solidify political Islam as a counter-move against the national politics preached by the PLO. When their protégé turned against them, with even more force and determination, it was too late. 22. In Israel itself, despite the overall deprivation of the Palestinian community, there were still striking socio-economic imbalances between the two geographical centers of Arab life in the Jewish state. In the north, Galilee was generally better off than the Little Triangle, where the population was crammed into a small space and allowed only a limited occupational spectrum. Not surprisingly, petty crime and unemployment soared. It was in Wadi Era that political Islam sprang up, where life was lived in even more miserable conditions than in the refugee camps, inner cities, and pauperized villages of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Contrary to the conventional modernization models, the more secular and affluent section of the Palestinian people, those inside Israel, gravitated towards, and sought inspiration from, their more traditional, much worse off compatriots in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. It was the Strip also that guided the relatively better off West Bank in terms of political religious radicalization. In many ways, national politics also flowed the same way. The young people and a relatively high portion of women, sections within society who were not given a decisive role in the political struggle, were the ones attracted to the path of personal salvation offered by various interpretations of Islam. These ranged from the mystic Sufis to the fundamentalist vision offered by offshoots of the Muslim Brotherhood. One was Abdullah Nimr Darwish, who dominated the politics of Islam in Israel in the 1980s before losing power to more charismatic young leaders emerging in the deprived and densely populated area of Wadi Era. Like many leaders, he received a formal Islamic education in Nablus and Hebron in the early 1970s, where he was introduced not only to the world of learning but, more importantly, to the varied activities on offer for a militant politician in the Islamic mode. These ranged from the Risalat, epistles originally sent by the Prophet to the community of believers but now turned into modern-day political messages, to clandestine cell organization and sabotage and violence. Preaching in the mosques was, however, the most visible part of that activity. The sermons called for the restoration of the golden Islamic age in Palestine, that is, the revival of Muslim control of the country in strict adherence to the Quranic code. The basic message could be peppered with references to the Jews, imperialism and, more significantly, with commentary on current politics, usually reflecting the PLO's position on the Palestine question. Any combination of these ingredients was enough to get someone such as Abdullah Nimr Darwish into trouble, and indeed he spent long periods during the 1980s in Israeli prisons after he had formalized his activity in an organization called Yuzrat al-Jihad, the Jihad family. After being released, he watered down his criticisms, and was a founder member of Al-Haraka al-Islamiyya, the Islamic movement, a legally registered NGO. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, the movement participated successfully in municipal elections, defeating both veteran communist politicians and agents of Zionist parties. In some cases, the newly elected mayors and heads of local councils excelled in running their municipalities, solving long-standing problems. They were eventually hampered by government animosity and, more decisively, by internal schisms and corruption. The return to religion in the Jewish community was part of the cultural rift tearing that society apart after 1967. It was not new. In the 1950s there had been clashes between religious and secular Jews. The attempt by ultra-Orthodox Judaism, anti-Zionist at heart, to isolate and ghettoize their lives failed. For some ultra-Orthodox groups, anti-Zionism even included the readiness to live under foreign or Palestinian rule. For most, however, it meant an unrealistic wish to live within a state without being part of it. They were in practice unable to cut their communities off from the lure of the more hedonistic and promiscuous secular society in which they lived. Map 5 Interim Oslo Agreement, September 28, 1995. Figure 8 Haifa 2002, A View from the Carmel. In the Kulturkampf that ensued in Israel after 1967, the national balance of achievement and loss tilted in the secularists' favor. Capitalization, globalization, and privatization added more secular facets to public life in Israel. An example was the advent of television, and the decision of the Supreme Court, against fierce opposition from religious groups, to allow it to be broadcast on Friday nights. For an outside reader this may seem trivial, but it was part of the struggle over what in Israel is called the status quo. This is like a photograph, taken in 1948, on the day of Israel's creation, of religious and secular life in the public sphere. If, for example, buses were allowed to operate on the Sabbath in Haifa, or if entertainment centers of all kinds were closed on Friday nights, this was how things should be. In practice, however, the status quo did change, and secularism increased in public life. The Supreme Court played the most crucial part in this process. Its most important decision in this respect was in early 1970, when it allowed a Jewish citizen married to a non-Jewish woman to register his children as Jews. According to the halacha, one can only be a Jew if born to a Jewish mother. Typically, however, the Supreme Court did not express an opinion on what constitutes being a Jew. This was left to the politicians. In about 1972 there was legislation to the effect that Jews are those that local rabbinats consider to be Jews, an open-ended issue that was never solved. Ever since, the question of Jewishness in Israel has been determined by the political balance of power in the government and the Knesset coalition. It became an important issue during the massive immigration of Jews from the dismantled Soviet Union in 1989. Those who were welcomed, but not recognized as Jews, could not benefit from the generous range of benefits awaiting every immigrant, although all it took to qualify was the falsification of genealogical documents to invent a Jewish mother. Many did this and, years later, I have seen some of these Jews praying piously in the Russian and Greek Orthodox churches in my neighborhood. Looked at from another angle, the rift that always surfaces in Israel at times of relative calm is that of the politics of identity. Until 1993, the year of the Oslo Accord, while elite politics centered on whether or not to keep the territories or to reach a compromise with either the Jordanians or the Palestinians, the society at large was focused on the question of identity rather than on issues of borders and peace. The two questions, in a way, generated and merged in a curious cultural mini-revolution that disappeared with the same haste as it appeared and lasted for a short period during the 1990s. This was the post-Zionist intellectual enterprise. And so, before describing the way the Oslo Accord collapsed and both societies deteriorated once more into the path of violence and despair, a phase where we are still today in 2005, it would be historiographically apt and intellectually stimulating to try to assess this unique, almost bizarre, short chapter in the history of Zionism in the land of Palestine. Chapter 8. A post-Zionist moment of grace? In the 1990s, the Israeli universities became the venue for a lively and fascinating debate on Israeli history and sociology. Towards the end of the decade, the debate even spread over to the public arena through a number of articles in the leading newspapers, and, on several occasions, was the subject of heated discussions in the electronic mass media. A closer look in other areas shows how, during that period, the debate extended beyond the boundaries of the relevant academies into the domains of the arts, films, poetry, literature, and journalism. The most obvious characteristic of this debate was the willingness of a considerable number of Jews in Israel to reassess the hegemonic ideology of the Jewish state, Zionism. While the critique varied in its intensity, and in the courage with which it was given expression, it was voiced by a variety of people, some of whom identified themselves as Zionists, while others declared themselves to be anti-Zionists. The most useful way of describing this movement of critique was to call it post-Zionism. The post-Zionist debate, however, did not attract anyone beyond the chattering and writing classes of Israeli society. It was, then, an elitist exercise, with possibly wider implications for the society as a whole. It is nonetheless a chapter in the history of the land whose significance time could only reveal with hindsight. The academic debate. The post-Zionist scholars. Towards the end of the 1980s, a number of Israeli scholars, both inside and outside the country, wrote studies on aspects of both the past and the present Jewish society in Israel/Palestine which contradicted the conventional Zionist and official Israeli historical narrative. These works debunked the most sacred historical truths of Zionism and questioned their validity for the present generation. Moreover, these scholars criticized the role played by Israeli academic institutions in shaping the Zionist self-image, and their portrayal of the Palestine reality. Directly and indirectly, they deconstructed the works of those who had dominated Israeli academic writing on Palestine's history, as well as on contemporary Jewish society. Because of their prominence in the public consciousness, they constituted a veritable cultural phenomenon in Israel. The local press, then as now, referred to them as post-Zionist scholars, a term which, although not accepted by some of the scholars themselves, is a convenient one for describing the essence of what they are doing and will be used here. Point 1. The political background. The Zionist narrative and ideology, in both its popular and academic forms, had been challenged by Palestinian scholars and writers ever since 1948. This challenge was accepted by marginal groups within the Israeli political system. But after the 1967 war, it gathered momentum within Israel and developed in two directions, an elitist one within the Zionist left, and a popular one within both the Jewish community of immigrants from North Africa and the minority Palestinian Arab community. The elitist challenge began in the context of a moral objection to the continued Israeli occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Far from being anti-Zionist, it was based on a strong commitment to basic, consensual Zionist positions. As long as the PLO remained faithful to its strategic intentions, the Zionist left could never accept the fundamental Palestinian positions on central questions, such as the fate of the 1948 refugees, or the future of Jerusalem. The elitist position was institutionalized when the Peace Now movement came to life in 1978, on which much has been said in previous chapters. It remained active throughout the First Intifada, 1987 to 1993, but became inactive and virtually silent during the period of the Rabin-led government, 1993 to 1995. As mentioned previously, the movement's reaction to the Lebanon War and later to the Intifada did not deviate from the Zionist perception of reality. More specifically, its criticism was and still is directed only towards the post-1967 Israeli policy, and its main concern is the effect that this policy has, or could have, on the Israeli moral character. Many academics found their way into the movement. However, their affiliation did not cause any change in the mainstream scholarly works on the past or present situations in Israel and Palestine. But it was, as we shall see, a beginning from which filmmakers, and playwrights in particular, developed their own post-Zionist view of life in Israel. However, it was only when non-Zionist and anti-Zionist positions, such as those held for years by the Communist Party in Israel, had been adopted by academics, that fundamental changes occurred in the way Israelis perceived the Arab question, or the Palestinians, or indeed the whole Zionist project. The second direction the post-1967 political challenge took would turn out to be more decisive in shaping the theoretical world of the post-Zionist scholars. It was in essence a social protest against the evils inflicted by the state on deprived Jewish communities, mostly North African, Mizrahi, in origin. I have already described in this book the vociferous activists who tried to imitate the dissent voiced by African Americans who in the early 1970s established the Black Panthers. Its members failed to move the Israeli left, but attracted the attention of the right, which skillfully exploited and manipulated the protest into a mass movement which brought Menachem Begin to power in 1977. In that way the Israeli left lost a major portion of its natural electoral support, and all it could do was attend to its causes in an academic fashion. The predicament of Mizrahi Jews was not the only factor which bred new thinking in the academy. The emergence of a clear sense of national identity among the Palestinian citizens of the country also helped to shape the post-Zionist agenda of the Israeli Academy. The Palestinians in Israel played a crucial role in reminding the public of the existence of a counter-narrative. They led the way for anyone who felt excluded from the Zionist historical narrative, and whose chronicles were distorted in the curricula of schools and universities. It was this second direction, in particular, that transformed the universities. Several members of the Israeli Academy adopted the causes of deprived groups, and, with the help of historical or sociological research, represented them as valid in scientific terms. Meanwhile, an attempt was made to tie together three of the major underprivileged groups within Israel, the Palestinians, Mizrahi Jews, and women, and to create a joint political front. While this proved to be a total political failure, it remained a popular vision for the more optimistic members of the academic protest movement. These developments matured after the 1982 Lebanon War. The public debate about that war seemed to encourage novelists, filmmakers, playwrights, musicians, poets, artists, and journalists jointly to construct a non-Zionist interpretation of the past and present reality. The academic background. From a chronological perspective, it seems that the first academic initiative was to rewrite the history books of Israel. But quite soon, and maybe quite naturally, the challengers from within the academy did not just question the truth, but were intrigued by the way this truth was constructed and represented by the Academy. The ideological role of the Academy was exposed in a factual and methodological way. The factual challengers strove to portray, in a pure, positivist manner, what they believed was the true nature of the Zionist project in Palestine and the various chapters of Israel's past. They viewed that history from the victim's point of view, and Zionism was depicted as a victimizing movement. In particular, they rewrote the Israeli behavior, or rather misbehavior, towards the Arab world and the Palestinians, in the past and in the present. The emerging picture provoked angry reactions from public figures and press commentators. It was a picture most Israelis were not aware of. In it, Israeli and Zionist conduct and policy towards the Palestinians and the Arab neighboring societies, in both the past and the present, were depicted as aggressive, at times brutal and inhuman, and quite often as unjustifiable on a moral basis. The local mainstream academy was blamed for covering up and concealing from the public eye these unpleasant chapters and truths. The academic challenge began with the appearance of new books rewriting the history of the 1948 war. Before the arrival of the new works, the war and the period of the British Mandate, 1922 to 1948, as a whole were treated exclusively within the university departments teaching Zionist history. For these departments, the events of 1948 were the culmination of the teleological process of redemption and renaissance of the Jewish people. The role of the historian was limited to reconstructing this miracle that had begun with the awakening of the Jewish national movement in the 1880s and ended with the 1948 War of Liberation against the British. The Israeli terminology for the war was carefully constructed so as to bestow on Zionism an equivalent status to that of other liberation movements in the Third World, hence, a war against the Arabs could not be mentioned in this context. The two terms used for the 1948 war, Asma-ut, independence from the British, and Shirar, liberation from the yoke of the diaspora, do not indicate any direct conflict with the Arab world. This does not mean, of course, that the Arabs do not appear in Zionist historiography of the 1948 war. When the story of this war, or the preceding years of the Mandate, is told, researched or taught, the Arab side is mentioned as yet another hardship with which the Jews had to cope. The message throughout the story is clear: the Jews in Palestine won against all odds. This disparity was never so clear as in 1948 when the community, consisting of many Holocaust survivors who could hardly fight, was faced with a hostile British government and a united Arab world preparing for a war of annihilation. The Israeli victory was miraculous and was won by the ingenuity of David Ben-Gurion and the heroism of the soldiers on the ground. The historians were left with the tasks of reconstructing this heroism on the battlefield and of following the tactical decisions taken at that juncture or others, and were cautious not to over-criticize the leadership's decisions and choices. Point 2. The revisionists or new historians, as they are known, reject basic assumptions underlying the Israeli collective memory of the war. The end result was that, collectively, these works represented a direct attack on Israel's foundational myths. Their version, in many ways, is the version in Chapter 4 of this book describing the ethnic cleansing of Palestine and the relative ease with which the new Jewish state repelled the Arab troops that entered Palestine hoping to salvage its people and maybe annex territories to their own countries. De-Zionizing other periods. The new historians in Israel moved back in time from 1948 and began reviewing the early Zionist history. This was done mainly by sociologists, who employed theories and methodologies, untouched by their peers hitherto, which substituted and substantiated a more blunt ideological claim. Their theoretical perspective allowed them to look at Zionism as a colonialist movement, without being blamed for straightforwardly adopting the Palestinian discourse. But, even without employing the colonialist prism, the usage of neutral methodological tools enabled sociologists to examine, with the help of domination and co-optation theories, the dictatorial and arbitrary nature of the Jewish political system developing in the mandatory period. Point 3. The neutral methodology created a professional discourse, one which is now accepted by most scholars in Israel writing about Zionism, apart from those who are still closely connected to the establishment. Thus, redemption of land became occupation, Oli became immigrant, Hebrew work became expulsion, etc. The new historians also moved forward in time and began to reconstruct the early 1950s. Again, it was mainly sociologists who drew a picture that confronted the collective national memory which presented young Israel as a melting pot in which all the diasporas gathered and lived happily ever after. The first step was to slaughter Israel's most sacred cow, security above all. These sociologists rejected the government's explanations that it was only due to considerations of security and national defense that North African Jews had been pushed to the geographical and social margins of the society, and that an apartheid regime was imposed on the Palestinians living in Israel. These policies were exposed as having been racist and nationalist. As mentioned earlier, most of these scholars linked the maltreatment of Mizrahi Jews with the discrimination against the Palestinian minority in Israel. Edward Said's Orientalism was an excellent departure point for deconstructing the Israeli regime as an Orientalist. 1.4. Notable progress was made, too, in research on other aspects relating to the predicament of the Palestinian minority in Israel. Critical works on this subject had indeed been written before, but the major development in the new research has been twofold. It included an expansion of the critical assessment of the Arab-Jewish relations in the state, but, more importantly, the number of Palestinian academics in Israel who were willing to deal with their own past grew significantly, even though the number of Palestinians teaching in Israeli universities is still very small, with no more than 20 tenured members out of 900. Political scientists went even further. They linked the past to the present and began to assess Israel as a militaristic society. They provided analyses in which Israel appeared as an active, rather than a mere reactive, player on the regional map. Instability and conflict in the Middle East were attributed now also to the actions of Israel, and not just to Arab radicalism or Arab intransigence. 5. The new critique did not even sidestep the touchy subject of the Holocaust as an object for academic research. Particular attention was paid to the way the local Jewish leadership behaved during the time of the Holocaust. In Tom Segev's The Seventh Million we find the local leadership, on the eve of the Holocaust, interested in saving only those Jews who were willing to immigrate, or who were able, bodily and mentally, to contribute to the success of the community. Moreover, in Edith Zertel's The Jew's Gold, we discover the saber displaying a lofty and degrading attitude towards the survivors and their plight, an attitude that would leave deep scars on the souls of those who survived the Holocaust and made it to Palestine. In Zertel's new book, the Nazification of the Arabs is highlighted as one of the principal results of the cynical manipulation of the Holocaust memory in Israel. 6. Towards the end of the decade, post-Zionism broke out of the academy into the public sphere. This transformation began on the borderline between the academy and literature, film, and theater, where more scholarly books began to deconstruct the role of the Zionist ideology in milieu other than the academy. Writers unearthed its effects in novels, films, and theater. They laid the foundation for cultural studies in Israel, and connected more easily with the world outside the ivory towers of the academy. Post-Zionist poetry, pop music, and literature. In Israel, there is a clear distinction between fictional literature and poetry. Very few prose writers have crossed the consensual lines, or are willing to accept that they work within the constraints of an ideological orientation imposed on them by Zionism. Poets, on the other hand, find it easier to experiment with alternative points of view on the past and the present, particularly the Palestinian one. The evils of the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip were described both in some popular lyrics, sung by mainly women performers, and in directly political poetry. The Lebanon War drove some of the leading poets to produce pacifist, or at least anti-war, poetry. As early as November 1983, Hanan Hever and Moshe Ron published an anthology of anti-war poems. 7. This tendency continued throughout the Intifada, and several collections of these more challenging poems came out in the early 1990s, the most notable of which was Ilana Hamerman and Raleigh Rosen's anthology entitled Poets Will Write No Poems, 1990. But it should be noted that poetry is not widely read in the country, as a consequence of which, however radical it may be, it scarcely impinges upon political analysts, even if it becomes an intriguing subject for scholars. As for the mainstream pop singers in Israel who emulate the Western pop industry, it is fair to say that, all in all, the most popular singers among them do not dare to endanger their relationship with the wider public. One interesting exception is the pop star Aviv Geffen, one of the most popular singers in Israel, who introduced into his lyrics sharp, if somewhat simplistic, criticism of Israeli militarism. He refused to serve in the army when, according to the laws of compulsory conscription, he was called to do so. Since he is mainly an impresario, with shows on the scale provided by Michael Jackson, it is the show, and not the message, which made his popularity. Still, he signifies a certain change in the local tolerance towards nonconformist lyrics, which may be a precursor for a wider acceptance of less nationalist ideas within the teenage group. Another manifestation of the dissemination of post-Zionist perspectives was the increase in translations of Arab and Palestinian poetry. One monthly, Ilan 77, began in the 1980s regularly translating such poetry into Hebrew. Personal contacts with Palestinian poets have contributed as well to the more radical poetic sensitivity. Arab music also found its way into Israel. Regional music, from Kulthum to Rai, was redressed, with local versions becoming one of the most popular musical genres in Israel. Alas, one cannot pretend that music without lyrics, food, or folklore are bridges between the Jewish society and the Arab world. The process, rather, is mainly one of appropriation, by a dominant political force, of cultural products which appeal to a large section of the population, the Mizrahi Jews. It has no political, or, for that matter, substantial cultural impact on the identity and behavior of the State of Israel. Even most right-wing parties play these tunes at their gatherings and rallies. Palestinian and Egyptian stories have been translated into Hebrew in small numbers. The Palestinian ones, in particular, carry with them a political message. But they are not widely bought or distributed, and the challenge to the hegemonic Zionist ideology came more from the writing of post-Zionist Jewish authors. While it is not easy to list more than a handful of these, they were quite prolific during the post-Zionist decade and provided perspectives not to be found among those regarded as the canonical writers in Hebrew. One such writer is Shimon Balas, a writer who had been quite famous in Iraq, and was either disregarded by mainstream literary critics, or was treated by some of them in a disparaging way as though he represented only a primitive form of literature. Needless to say, publishing houses follow the experts' choices, and such works were rejected, both as non-profitable and as products of inadequate cultural value. As Urigover has put it in a succinct manner in his book, Zionism, in which, among other things, he analyzes Balas's work, Balas offers a counter-narrative. Like Albert Schweitzer, another Israeli writer of North African origins, he views himself as an Arab Jew, a self-acquired identity that can only be perceived by genuine or cynical upholders of Zionism in Israel as betrayal. Balas's heroes criticize Zionist, as well as Western, Orientalism. As someone who grew up as a communist in Iraq, Balas also criticizes the willingness of the Arabs in general to internalize this Orientalism. This is a very rare approach in the canonical Israeli literature. 8. Gover also lists Sami Michael, a better-known writer in Israel than Balas and Schweitzer, among the counter-Mizrahi Israeli writers. The early writings of Sami Michael showed the history of Israel through the eyes of Palestinian Israelis and definitely contributed to the availability of different points of view to the Hebrew reader. The translation into Hebrew of the late Emil Habibi's novels, reconstructing the evil days of the military regime imposed on the Palestinians in Israel until 1966, had a similar effect. In this context, a recent novel by the poet Yitzhak Latter should be mentioned, The People, Food Fit for a King, 1994, which, very much like Balas's work, is another manifestation of the counter-narrative. It is a novel which uses every possible literary means, from the names and the language of the heroes to the way the plot evolves, in order to question every basic truism in Israeli society. It is a story of an army unit about to enter the Six-Day War, which has more than one ending, and which slaughters more than one sacred Israeli cow. Finally, one should not forget David Grossman's documentary reports on the Israeli occupation and on the status of Palestinians in Israel, which were widely read, and were presented in a neo-journalistic way, revealing sights and sounds usually inaccessible to most Jews in Israel. 9. These very humble beginnings in the fields of poetry and literature familiarized Jewish readers in Israel with another, anti-Zionist, post-Zionist or Palestinian, point of view on the local reality. However, one should not assume that such encounters lead one inevitably to recognize this posture's legitimacy or even validity. Post-Zionist theater and films. In a recent book discussing the image of the Arab in Israeli theater, Dan Orion provides a comprehensive picture of the way the Arab has been perceived in Israeli plays throughout the state's existence. In most of the plays, the Arab is a shallow, one-dimensional figure, towards whom the playwright displays hatred, fear, and hostility. The directors added to this racist display a series of typical Arab behavior patterns on stage, such as sloppy dress, a lisping discourse, etc. This has been characteristic of plays since 1936, and has not been limited to the right wing, or to hawkish theater people, most of whom, in any case, are on the left. 10. A certain change in this monolithic approach appeared when a young generation of playwrights and directors introduced pacifist ideas into their works. Hanoch Levin, whom we mentioned earlier on, was one of the first to express an overall fatigue from the experience of living in a society which cherished and was somewhat slavish towards the god of militarism. As in other artistic circles, so in the Israeli theater, self-criticism was limited to post-1967 Israel and focused on the moral implication of the continued occupation for Israeli Jewish society. I have already mentioned this in connection with the Peace Now movement, with which many theater people identified. This self-censoring periodization, leaving 1948 still as a taboo, becomes very clear when one examines the Peace Now plays, which appeared after the Lebanon War. These plays acknowledged the oppression of the Palestinians since 1967, but were concerned more with the possible negative effects this oppression had on the democratic and moral character of Israeli society. Hence, the Palestinian characters in famous plays such as The Palestinian Woman by Yehoshua Sobel, 1985, or Ehad Meshelanu, One of Us, by Benny Barabash, 1988, were enigmatic human beings and monolithic figures, who play a secondary role next to the Jewish heroes who shoot, kill, and torture, but then regret it. Even the title of Sobel's play suggested a nameless heroine. There is also a different approach, albeit marginal in commercial terms and in its political effect. It appears either in translated Palestinian works or in original non-Zionist Israeli plays. One of the translated works that appeared in that post-Zionist moment of grace was a Hebrew adaptation of Gazan Kanafani's Men in the Sunday 11. The play was a commercial disaster, and hence serves only as a potential precursor for things to come. As for original works, they were more popular. Some of Sami Michael's stories were adapted for the stage. These plays were the first to humanize the Palestinian on the local stage. Palestinians in Israel became men and women with names, histories, and ambitions. A stronger challenge can be found in the play by Yitzhak Latter, whose novel I have mentioned above. He is a rare example of someone deviating from the introverted Peace Now approach. His play, Ephraim Holek Lazava, Ephraim Goes to the Army, showed less interest in what happened to Israeli society and focused more on the suffering of the Palestinians themselves, as part of a general critique of militarism in Israel. The play was censored for a while before it was allowed to be shown. It contained a realistic description of the world of Shin Bet interrogation and torture under the Israeli occupation in the territories. In this context, one can mention also the appearance in the Fringe Theater of plays written by Palestinian Israelis, and a binational co-production in Jerusalem of a contemporary version of Romeo and Juliet. 12. Others followed suit, but not in great number. The Israeli public became more aware of the brutalization of Israeli military behavior only when the press joined forces to expose the ugly side, for that matter the only side, of life in the Sheit HaYim, the Hebrew term, translated as the territories, being an ageographical and apolitical definition of a space. The film industry in Israel progressed along similar lines. In the beginning there was not much innovation on the commercial movie screen, but there was rather more in the drama department of the national TV. Ever since Israel had had one national TV channel, much effort had been invested in creating local drama. Local drama in Israel is always political and national, and hence the TV dramas became one of the first media through which filmmakers could transmit new thinking and a different perception of the local reality. A story written after the 1948 war by Yazar, which tells the story of the maltreatment of an Arab prisoner of war, was adapted to TV by the director Ram Levi, who led his viewers to see the relevance of such criticism of Israeli behavior towards Palestinians in the occupied territories. 13 The state-owned television channel shelved the film for a long while, although the book in which the story appeared was considered as part of the canonical literature. The political managers of the national TV station were not only worried about the general critique the film produced, but also did not wish to shed an unpleasant light on the 1948 war. 14 In his story, Yazar had presented a tragedy occurring in an undefined fictional place, which must have made it easier for the writer and his readers to digest the possibility of Israeli soldiers committing atrocities. Levi, however, gave the story a more concrete location. While the Israeli fictional and commercial film industry was slower, it did eventually catch up with the critical approach. Up to the early 1970s, it had been the most nationalized cultural agency in the country. This affected the way the Arabs were shown on the screen, pathetic stereotyped figures. More than any other medium, apart from children's books, films were depicting an evil, cruel, and stupid enemy who gives in to the superior Israeli hero. Bare-handed Jewish kids capturing armed Arab terrorists or invaders is a very common plot. 15. The Lebanon War served as a catalyst here as well. Israeli filmmakers liberated themselves from the collective commitment to Zionism and gave an on-screen voice to the underprivileged and deprived individuals and groups in Israel. But this was still a peace now criticism. None of the films dared to deviate from the Zionist meta-narrative or from the major chapters in the mythical historiography taught in schools or universities. The Israeli filmmakers found it easier to deal with the post-1967 Palestinian dilemma of Israel, and preferred to tell the story of the conflict through a sexual and romantic tale. Nonetheless, this was an impressive development, particularly when compared with the Israel of the 1960s. In fact, the Palestinians became real human beings and at times even heroes of the screen. 16. Romance, as mentioned above, was the main sweetener provided for the viewers. Romance and sex, first and foremost, sell well. But it is more than that. An adapted version of Romeo and Juliet serves as a metaphor for the Arab-Jewish relationship. Moreover, as with American films on deprived minorities, the Arabs in such Israeli films are always handsome men and beautiful women. Such a focus on sexual and intimate relationships is what psychologists call displacement. It is a way of avoiding irrational Jewish recognition of the claims made by the other side. The other side has only passions. 17 Nevertheless, it has its effects. Jews appear as villains and Palestinians as heroes. This reversal of the conventional roles challenges the image of the Arab in the Zionist meta-narrative. No academic work, of course, could achieve such an audience and produce such a clear message. In one of these films, one which proved to be a commercial failure, Esh Zalvet, Crossfire, the script writer went beyond the gender subject and presented in a rare manner, never to be seen again in fictional films in the country, the Palestinian perspective on the 1948 war. The film showed what Palestinians in Jaffa felt when the partition resolution was adopted by the United Nations. 18 The film was shown on Channel 4 in the UK a few years ago. The late 1980s and the 1990s, then, have seen a film industry which went through a genuine process of radicalization. Its films became the radical avant-garde in the local Jewish attempt to reassess the essence of Zionism. The background for this radicalization, as in the case of the Academy, was socio-political. It was carried on the shockwaves created by the 1982 earthquake. After the non-consensual war in Lebanon, academics, as well as representatives and producers of culture in Israel, came out openly as a-Zionists, anti-Zionists, or post-Zionists. But, as Pierre Bourdieu reminds us, culture must sell, with the result that such messages are constrained by commercial considerations, which prove to be no less important than their ideological message. Nevertheless, the ability to produce a radical and relatively successful message shows that, at least in the world of the producers of culture, being a non-Zionist is more than a passing fashion. Indeed, it is a serious development, running parallel to the contradictory culture of insularity and localization which is led by the forces of religious fanaticism and extreme nationalism. These two contrasting processes have polarized Israeli society, but not to the point of disintegrating it. What the bifurcated movement in two opposing cultural directions did was to call fundamentally into question past pretensions of Jewish solidarity and unity of purpose, as well as to pose intriguing questions as to how this pretense would hold in the future in the face of a serious economic crisis, or a war. As my conclusions and afterthoughts show, Israel is better situated to deal with the latter threat, given its arsenal of unconventional weapons, atom bombs, and so on. The filmmakers found it easier than the writers, or the academics, to identify openly with the particular ethnic, gender or national groups they came from. Thus, for the first time, we have a medium representing the world of the Arab Jews of Israel. This world of the Mizrahi Jews is one of socio-economic deprivation, which has only slightly improved over the years, and which has been a frustrating reality that generated ever more resentment in the face of the prosperity enjoyed by the Ashkenazi upper class within the state. The films portray the geographical marginality of these groups, in development towns and peripheral slums, their limited access to the financial resources of the country, and their distorted image in the national narrative and myth. Some of the filmmakers focusing on the Mizrahi reality dealt later or simultaneously with the Palestinians inside and outside Israel. Ram Levi, for instance, dealt with both the 1948 war in Her Bet Hizah, and the development towns in a film called Lehem, Bread, 1985. This film describes the dismal world of an unemployed Moroccan family in a declining development town in the south. But even within this radical wave, Ashkenazi predominance is still apparent. Quite a few of such films were produced from the point of view of post-Zionist yuppies in Tel Aviv, which means that their agenda is political, rather than social. The identification with the other is with the distant Palestinians rather than with the nearby Mizrahim. One wonders how films which deal with the Arab-Jewish relationship were accepted in the relatively large community of film viewers in the more deprived economic and social areas. Some of these films were shown for weeks on end, and this is an indication that they were sufficiently intriguing to create empathy, or at least interest. Either way, some, at least, of their radical message must have been accepted. They showed the Israeli as an occupier and colonialist, and the Palestinian as a native, a local, and the other. 19 As Jad Naiman puts it, these recent films constitute a radical criticism of Zionism as a substance, whether they convey this message within the text or the subtexts of the films. Naiman himself is both a filmmaker who challenged the Zionist truisms 20 and an academic who wrote on the ideological implications of such films. One or two films went further than any other medium in touching the most sensitive nerves of the society. They deal with the manipulation of the Holocaust in the Israeli political scene and discourse. One particular film, Rove Juliet, A Toy Gun, conveys the Israeli unease at the possible link between the Nazi wish to annihilate the Jews in Europe and the Zionist desire to see the expulsion of Jews from Europe for the sake of the Jewish community in Palestine. 21. But even in the case of these impressive tours into the past and the truth, when it comes to treating the other, the films, as well as the plays, were inhibited by the need to bestow an Israeli image on the Palestinian side. Thus, the other side can be understood only if its heroes act in an Israeli way, or subscribe to an Israeli concept of reality. For instance, in the film of Antipopolo, an Egyptian soldier quotes Shakespeare's Shylock. In order to convey the message of common human values on both sides, Israelis have a need to be viewed as a European society. The Egyptians do not. 22 Even in this sensitive and beautiful film, the Egyptians are talking in a Palestinian dialect, since they are played by Palestinian Israeli actors, as if conveying the message that all Arabs are the same. There is no need to learn about particular histories and identities. Thus, Israelis watching the film might infer that Egyptians have an identity problem similar to that bothering the Jews in Israel. Nonetheless, the fictional film industry in Israel has proved to be the boldest medium in exposing these sensitive dilemmas and taboos. The non-fictional filmmakers, mainly on the national TV, were more inhibited. Israeli TV has been, and still is, loaded with historical documentary or drama documentary films. This genre in particular is loyal to the official line, and shows very little sympathy for or understanding of the positions of the other side. This is evident when pictures of Palestinian refugees are shown. The running commentary or interpretation does not disclose even a modicum of compassion. The word refugees, by the way, is hardly mentioned in these films. 23. Amos Gitai stood out as an exceptional non-fictional filmmaker, along with several Palestinian Israelis who have worked in this genre, such as Nizar Hassan in his film, Istiklal. In one of his films, Beit, House, Gitai tells the story of a house in Jerusalem undergoing restoration. A house belonging to a Palestinian doctor in 1948 was confiscated by the Israelis, and bought by Jewish immigrants from Algiers. The house, usually a symbol of security, becomes a symbol of conflict. The film does not question the legitimacy of the Jewish Algerian family having settled in the house, but, nonetheless, does fully recognize the legitimacy of the Palestinian claim to it. Nizar Hassan's Istiklal, Independence, tells the story of one Palestinian village in Israel, which remains Palestinian, despite coercion, self-denial, co-optation and confiscation. But for the Israeli Jewish public, it is always the Jewish discovery of the past sins which shocks and has a potent effect. One such film is Mbiat El-Rialat Hagalu, Behind the Veil of Exile, 1992, by David Ben-Chitrit. This film focuses on 3 Palestinian women, and views their lives through a prism that is totally based on the Palestinian historical narrative. If I am not mistaken, this is the only film in which Israeli trucks loaded with expelled Palestinians have ever been shown on a local screen. And there was also a TV series, Tekuma, that was basically a post-Zionist product. It was a series shown as part of Israel's Jubilee celebrations in 1998. Its 22 parts tried to recognize the narratives of all those who were victims of the Zionist projects or Israeli policies in the past. It did so in a cautious manner, but, nonetheless, succeeded in irritating the political system, which regarded it as being unpatriotic. It was a fitting jewel in the crown of the post-Zionist television of the decade 1990 to 2000. The post-Zionist media. Throughout the years, the Israeli press has imposed self-restrictions unprecedented in the democratic world. This process is conducted by a self-appointed committee of editors-in-chief, which meets with the military censor and accepts his guidelines on matters concerning the security of the state. In a less formal way, the press does not deviate from the Zionist consensus in the orientation of its leading articles, the tone of its reports, or in its other articles. Nevertheless, it has always allowed a fair measure of free speech and variety of opinion. This is how the post-Zionist scholars became known to a wider public, and, in recent years, some of the papers have even faced up to the military censor. This state of affairs, with a self-imposed national censorship on the one hand, and an attempt to serve as a liberal stage for a market of ideas on the other, was reflected in the way the Arabs and the Palestinians were depicted in the written and electronic media. In the 1980s, a daily newspaper, Hadashot, tried to present a different discourse, more neutral and at times even radical, but it could not survive due to financial problems. In a way, a local Jerusalem paper, Kol HaIR, replaced it as the only paper in Israel continuing a fair-minded, that is, radical in Israeli eyes, reportage on daily events in the country and in the region. Elsewhere, the reporting aspects of the news continued to reflect the prevailing nationalist spirit, whether on the radio, television, or in the press, even though the post-Zionist atmosphere produced some changes. While, in the past, the Palestinian or Arab version of events and occurrences was not mentioned at all, now it is mentioned at times, but with an obvious preference for the proper version. The press still distinguishes between Arabs and Jews killed in motor accidents, thereby inadvertently creating a scale of tragedy. The normal term, Beni Miudim, members of the minority groups, disregards the national identity of the Arabs in Israel. Moreover, those interviewing Palestinians or Arabs, whether on TV or radio, still behave as if the interviewer represents the government, or at least represents the consensual point of view. It was in those sections and programs devoted to views and opinions that a wider spectrum of stances was revealed during the post-Zionist decade. The commentators, especially in the press, began in 1989 to bring home systematically what the national TV and radio were too frightened to present. Chilling descriptions appeared of the daily brutalities and injustices inflicted on the population in the occupied territories. Among these reporters, Gideon Levi and Amira Hess of Haaretz stood out for their persistence in bringing to the Israeli reader, on a daily basis, the personal human tragedies which were born in the occupation. A baby dying near an army barrier, a wounded 16-year-old chained in Hadassah hospital without the doctors paying any attention, or Israeli doctors treating tortured prisoners before they were brought back to the torture chambers. The literary supplements of the written press, and, to a certain extent, the talk shows on the electronic media, served as a channel through which the wider public became aware of the academic debate on Israel's past and present behavior, as a society and as a state. This is how terms such as post-Zionists or new historians entered the local cultural discourse. They were used as terms of exclusion, so as to define clearly who belonged to the people of Israel, and who did not. The existence of a critical anti-Zionist voice was very convenient for the political center, who could claim to create an equilibrium between the fanatics of the left, who write articles, and of the right, who massacre Palestinians and Arabs, so as to portray mainstream Zionism as a sane political and moral option. For some, however, the terms were used in order to indicate a less rigid and more peaceful Israeli position vis-a-vis the Palestinians or the Arab world. There were also more institutional attempts to create a new kind of journalism in Israel. Journals such as News from Within serve as a good example. It had a Hebrew version, Mazad Shini, providing a Hebrew window not only on the official Palestinian position, but also on the Palestinian opposition groups. It is an interesting, but so far unsuccessful, attempt to create a front involving such diverse groups as Hamas, Palestinian left-wing rejectionist organizations, Palestinians in Israel, Mizrahi Jews in developing towns, and feminist organizations. But if it is widely read, it is a weekly sent to interested people. It must serve as an eye-opener for the conventional Israeli reader of the press. At the beginning of 2000, it was possible to assess the probable impact that post-Zionism, as a cultural phenomenon, had on Israeli society at large. As it did not turn into a political option, or stance, it remained a way of thinking that could influence other spheres of human activity, the most important of which were the fields of education and the media. The post-Zionist academics, holding consultative positions, could influence the curriculum, textbooks, and TV documentaries, and, to a certain extent, the public discourse through the written and electronic media. A quick glance at the names on lists of consultants for the documentary industry in the second half of the 1990s reveals that, here and there, a more critical and open-minded scholar offered his or her advice in the making of a product which reached millions of houses in Israel. But we are talking here about open information, that is, we do not know how these new messages have been received. More impressive, probably, was the impact of post-Zionism on the educational system. During the 1990s, scholars were invited to assist in preparing educational curricula. Here it is even more difficult and certainly premature to judge the impact of such guidance. Moreover, educationalists in Israel have only recently joined in this academic and cultural soul-searching. Very few of them are now prepared to deconstruct the educational system and discover the dominant role of ideology in it. One deterrent factor is that deconstruction of this nature requires some level of acquaintance with postmodernist or neo-Marxist critique, which does not offer itself too easily as a coherent alternative educational orientation. Indeed, as long as critical scholars could not offer an alternative educational system, a multicultural, or Marxist, or pro-Palestinian, or just humanist one, they would fail to convince a wider public of the relevance of their criticism. In more general terms, it would be fair to state that, by the end of the decade, the novels, plays and films which have seriously transcended the Zionist narrative and its negative portrayal of the Arabs have not entered the center stage of the Israeli canon. Neither can they be taken to represent a dominant cultural position, they do not belong to the hegemonic group among the makers of the Israeli culture. Nevertheless, it is possible to sum up the phenomenon in the following way: the new historians, the poets, writers, filmmakers, and playwrights, are within the system which produces and shapes Israel's cultural identity, and must have had some effect in those years, albeit a limited one, given their marginal position. The post-Zionist critique was one manifestation of the identity crisis Jewish society in Israel was undergoing, once it was exposed to the possibility of peace in 1993. Peace can weaken the cement holding society together, and strengthen internal strife and conflict, particularly when a society's cohesion is based on the existence of a common external enemy. Moreover, relative economic success and calm lead deprived groups to demand their share, and expose the insoluble tension between the desire, or rather pretense, to be a democracy, and at the same time maintaining a Jewish nation-state. A genuine peace demands a radical and fundamental change in the Israeli mentality, and in its basic views of the Arabs in general, and of the Palestinians in particular. The phenomena described above mean that a small number of people who have access to the public via the universities, schools, press, and museums are offered departure points for such a transformation. The main departure point was to accept that the reality of new challenging voices questioning common truisms in Israel can be interpreted in a non-Zionist way, or at least that Israel's cultural identity is, in fact, non-Zionist and pluralistic. The cultural identity of a society is shaped by the historical and contemporary reality on the one hand, and by what can be termed a cultural consciousness, formulated from above, on the other. This cultural consciousness at times distorts, and constantly wishes to transform, the reality. The cultural identity of Israel by the end of the post-Zionist decade, at the very beginning of 2000, could be summed up as a cultural product shaped by the heritage and human geography of the land of Palestine, on the one hand, and by a Zionist cultural consciousness which still attempts to grant the land a new identity, on the other. This attempt is challenged by the reality on the ground, by Palestinians inside and outside Israel, as well as by deprived cultural groups within the state. It is not so much that there has been a failure to impose by force a new identity on the land. Zionism and Israel are very powerful agents of change, but, rather, there has been an inability to come to terms with victims of this Zionist success, and the implications of that powerful transformation in the country's nature and identity. The power to challenge is still there, and is used often by Palestinians living in and out of the country, by Jews forcefully brought from Arab countries, and by a small number of individuals, such as this writer, who were born in the country after the state's establishment and who now voice dissent. In what I termed here the post-Zionist decade, the Zionist identity of the land and society was undermined not by new historians or anti-Zionist novelists alone. The political demands of deprived groups, the persistence of the occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, the peace process, all these have contributed to the process of turning Zionism into either an anachronism, or, what is worse, a concept that can only be implemented by an aggressive policy such as that adopted by the settlers. These developments began in 1977 when the hegemony of the Ashkenazi political elite was first challenged, continued with the 1982 Lebanon War and the Intifada, and culminated in the Rabin assassination and the elections of 1996 and 1999. But even before these dramas occurred, the immigration of Jews from Arab countries gave Israeli society a further Middle Eastern cultural identity. The Arab culture had been snatched from the first generation by forceful means. They were denied the right to use their mother tongue, Arabic, in public, but it is still there in the music which can be heard in the development towns, as well as in food and folklore. It now comes out again in literature, poetry, and politics. Through these works, a longing for Arab roots can be discerned, which, in some cases, is mixed with xenophobia and racism against Palestinians, and Arabs in general. This has produced an absurd mixture which is nourished by Ashkenazi political parties in power. However, if the urges to reveal the actual, authentic cultural identity of the people of the nation could ever be liberated from exclusively nationalist interpretations of reality, they could serve as a potent force for de-Zionizing Israel. However, this all came to either a halt or even an end with the outbreak of the Second Intifada. Chapter 9. The Suicidal Track, the Death of Oslo and the Road to Perdition. The Oslo Accord was already declared dead and irrelevant by the time the first edition of this book was published in 2003. Instead of bringing healing to a torn country, the peace efforts led it into yet another wave of bloodshed at the beginning of the 21st century. Political Palestine, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, was at war with Israel, as a result of which much of it came under occupation. This meant that historical Palestine, apart from chunks of the Gaza Strip, were under the full control of the Jewish state. Even before the eruption of this last wave of violence, it became painfully clear that the peace accord of the 1990s was doomed to fail. As early as 1995, most Palestinians had labeled the Oslo process as yet another form of occupation, and most Israelis felt that it had failed to safeguard their personal security. For both communities, it seemed useless to ponder whether this unfortunate state of affairs had been anticipated by their leaders, or whether this was a genuine peace process that had gone astray despite the good intentions of the politicians. A decade later, it seems to me that the major problem was that the practical consequences of the Declaration of Principles agreed upon by Yasser Arafat, Bill Clinton, and Yitzhak Rabin on September 13, 1993 on the White House lawn bore little relation to those principles. It was the balance of power, tilting dramatically in Israel's favor, which determined how the principles would be translated into reality. This was achieved with very little generosity or sensitivity on the part of the Israeli negotiators. It could not be resisted by the weakened Palestinian delegation, bereft of any meaningful standing vis-a-vis the Israelis or the Americans after a series of setbacks that affected the PLO's position in the world, the collapse of the Soviet Union, their ill-fated support for Saddam Hussein in the Gulf War and the financial crisis that had emptied the PLO's treasury. Israel therefore was able to impose its own version of a settlement in Palestine, a strong Jewish state dominating a small Palestinian protectorate, without a solution to the refugee problem or a significant Palestinian presence or sovereignty in Jerusalem. This settlement was maintained by the Rabin, Netanyahu, Peres, and Barak governments between 1993 and 2000. Their strategy was very popular among the Jewish population. As the 1996 Israeli elections have shown, the majority of Jewish voters were willing to enforce the Israeli version of the Oslo Accord even more harshly, as advocated by Likud. But Oslo's greatest attraction for the Israelis was that this minimalist interpretation could be accepted without endangering the Zionist consensus within the ruling political elite. Immediately after the 1996 Israeli elections, Yossi Beilin, a leading dove in the Labour Party, commented that he believed Labour and Likud could find common ground for peacemaking. 1. Tragically, this narrowing of the ideological discord within the Zionist polity resulted in the Rabin assassination. The assassin represented the far right of the settler movement, fearing, unfoundedly, that Rabin was ready to compromise with the Palestinians for the sake of peace. Rabin was willing to dismantle isolated settlements, but not to risk an overall confrontation with the settlement movement, and hoped to coerce the Palestinians into accepting a mini-state in return for full peace. Interesting, even telling, were the reasons given by the assassin for his act. He claimed that Rabin had been elected on the basis of the support of the Palestinian minority in Israel, thereby legitimizing them, and had to be stopped at all costs. The breakdown of the Oslo process in the summer of 2000 accelerated the process of delegitimizing the Palestinian minority in a way that showed that the assassin was, in a macabre way, successful in his principal objective. A common platform for peace was the best way for the larger political parties, such as Likud and Labour, to avoid relying too heavily on fringe ideological parties which had become stronger at the expense of the two main parties due to a new election system in which the Prime Minister was elected directly. The smaller parties represented the politics of identity, communities such as Mizrahi Jews, Russian Jews, Orthodox Jews, secular Palestinians, and political Islamists. Looking at the two parties' platforms from the 1996 election shows a considerable overlap on the question of Oslo. Labour proposed that in the final peace agreement none of the 144 Jewish settlements in the occupied territories should be dismantled, and that most should come under Israeli sovereignty. This was also Likud's position. The two parties concurred with Labour's reference to Jerusalem as the eternal, united capital of the State of Israel. Both sides also seemed reconciled to the idea of some sort of Palestinian state on whatever territory would be left over, a state with very little actual sovereignty or independence. In 1996, elections also took place in the occupied territories. Fatah won most of the important seats for the newly formed council and cabinet. It was a pragmatic leadership, willing to compromise with Israel, provided the latter would withdraw to the June 5, 1967 borders, share sovereignty in Jerusalem and agree on a reasonable solution to the refugee problem. The chief negotiator on behalf of the Palestinians was Mahmoud Abbas, known as Abu Mazen, who reached a tentative agreement with several labor leaders in February 1996, a basis for future negotiations that was totally rejected by Netanyahu's government, 1996–99. Economic discussions on the future were conducted in parallel with these abortive attempts to further an agreement on the future of the occupied territories. Both political leaderships seemed to consider a capitalist and free market economy the best response to the economic calamities that years of occupation had brought upon the Palestinians, and to a certain extent on the poorer sections of Israeli society. Under the Paris Agreement, which was the economic component of Oslo signed in 1994, Israel and Palestine were to be one economic unit, with interconnected customs systems and a joint taxation policy. 3 The Palestinians demanded their own currency, but this issue was never resolved. The economic vision of Oslo, like the rest of the accord, was determined by the balance of power, to the Palestinians' detriment. The Paris Agreement granted Israel the right of veto on any development scheme put forward by the PA. This meant that the monetary and developmental policies of Israel and its currency exchanges were to play a dominant role in the Palestinian economy. Other aspects of the economy, such as foreign trade and industry, were also totally dominated by the Israelis according to the interim agreement. The introduction of the Israeli version of a capitalist society into the Palestinian areas could only be a disaster. With the absence of a democratic structure and a very low GNP, the measures offered by Oslo would have turned the areas under the PA into the slums of Israel. This situation was already developing without the overall failure to bring the Oslo Accord to a successful completion. In 1995, an industrial park, called the Eretz plant, was built on the buffer zone between Israel and the Gaza Strip. Despite the name, it was a production line where all the workers were Palestinians, and the employers Israelis who were able to pay their workers very low wages without committing themselves to any social security or union obligations. This was why industrialists in Israel saw themselves as belonging to the peace camp. This was only one aspect of the capitalization of the peace process. Another was the support given to it by a limited number of Palestinians, who benefited from such economic transactions. As before Oslo, the Palestinians in the occupied territories remained underpaid, underemployed and exploited by the neighboring economy in ways that hardly improved their impoverished situation. While this double burden of economic misery and a lack of genuine progress on the national front eventually led to a Palestinian attempt to revolt against the post-Oslo situation, the Israeli political leadership seemed to be content with slow, almost unseen, progress towards peace and reconciliation. The terror campaign by militant Islamists began in earnest in 1994 with suicide bombings, which had been first employed by the Hezbollah in Lebanon in its successful war to liberate the southern part of the country from the IDF's control. The campaign produced insecurity and unrest in the Jewish community as a whole, but seemed not to rattle the political system. The terror attacks prevented Shimon Peres from capitalizing on Rabin's assassination, and he lost the 1996 election to Benjamin Netanyahu, who did not change significantly the policy towards the Oslo Accord. In fact, he continued to fulfill some of its previous obligations, such as withdrawing from part of Hebron. There was now full Palestinian control of areas defined as Areas A, which included all the Palestinian towns and their environs. In Areas B, between these Palestinian enclaves and the blocks of Jewish settlement, Israel and the PA shared security responsibility, while Israel had full control of Areas C, where the Jewish settlers lived. On both sides, the dissociation between the political elites and their societies continued. In Israel, most members of the Jewish community failed to comprehend or show interest in the various interim agreements as the terror campaign in Israeli cities continued. Worse was the situation on the Palestinian side, where the hopes aroused by the Oslo Accord were shattered, and pent-up indignation and frustration turned into open rebellion when the Israeli government decided in September 1996 to open a tunnel for, mainly Jewish, tourists under Haram al-Sharif. This was a limited uprising, but was followed by a full-scale intifada after a stalemate in the negotiations over a permanent settlement in the summer of 2000 at Camp David between Clinton, Arafat, and Barak. The immediate provocation for the uprising was a violation of the sacredness of the Haram, in the form of an uninvited visit by Ariel Sharon. The Second Intifada. The end of the 20th century saw the barometer of peace swing frantically between hope and despair in a land torn apart by conflict. In the early 1990s, the pointer had tilted towards the positive pole. The historic mutual recognition between Israel and the PLO in September 1993 raised many hopes. It allowed the Palestinians to experiment with self-rule, admittedly only in 22% of mandatory Palestine American Samoa, a step on the road to a more comprehensive nation-building program. Almost every aspect of life was covered by this experiment in which the three classical authorities, executive, legislative and judicial, were established with, in principle, a system of checks and balances. This was supposed to be augmented by a more democratic financial framework to be supervised by the European Union, a new educational system and a national broadcasting authority. This initial phase was expected to culminate in the 1996 elections for a parliament and for government. In practice, none of the programs turned into a chapter in nation building. Israeli commentators were quick to note that the political culture of the Palestinian leadership under Yasser Arafat, a culture of corruption and dictatorship in their eyes, was the principal cause of the failure. But it seems that the nation-building exercise was a sham because the Oslo process was not, after all, the coveted step towards peace and independence. The Oslo process, if examined from 21st century perspective, seems to be yet another tragic chapter in the history of peacemaking in Palestine and Israel. The peace attempts in the past, beginning with the first Camp David Accords in 1978 and 1979, had something in common: they avoided some of the real issues at the heart of the matter, such as the refugee problem, although they were driven by genuine concerns about the conflict and its victims. These efforts were orchestrated by American mediators who usually adopted the Israeli, not the Palestinian, point of view. According to the former view, The conflict in Palestine began in 1967 with the occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, hence peace meant an Israeli withdrawal from these areas. The Camp David Accords, and then the Oslo process, tried to persuade the Palestinian leadership that the best they could expect would be limited sovereignty in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip with neither territorial integrity nor a capital. Additionally, the Palestinian leaders were asked to forsake the only reason for their struggle since 1948, the right of return of the refugees expelled by Israel in 1948, a right recognized by the United Nations in December 1948. Arafat, the Palestinian leader then president, refused to sanction such a deal as a final settlement when asked to do so at Camp David in the summer of 2000. The people under occupation rose once more in reaction to what they considered the humiliating offer made by President Clinton and Prime Minister Barak that summer. The Second Intifada has raged since October 2000. It spilled over into Israel itself, where the old frustration of the Palestinian minority burst out in solidarity with the Palestinians killed in the confrontations that followed the visit of the then opposition leader, Ariel Sharon, to Haram al-Sharif in Jerusalem. Unarmed Palestinians went out to protest against the Sharon visit and the humiliating offer made by Barak at Camp David and were met by fully equipped Israeli border police. 13 Israeli Palestinian citizens were shot dead by the police and, despite an honest inquiry by an official commission headed by the Supreme Court Judge Theodore Orr, the fences between the two communities were not mended. In the 21st century, a new assertive young generation of Palestinians, redefining their community as a national one and demanding that Israel be made into a state for all its citizens, faced an ever more ethnocentric, sometimes racist, Jewish majority, for whom removing the Palestinian minority if things got out of hand was a serious possibility. After the deaths after Sharon's visit, the Palestinian resentment took another form. Old and new Palestinian militias, representing every known group or faction in Palestinian politics, began to operate with a dangerous unity of purpose and action. Whether they were called the Martyrs of Al-Aqsa or the Is al-Din battalions, whether they were communists or Islamists, they took up suicide bombing as the sole way of ending the occupation. The Israeli retaliation was even more severe than in the past, culminating in the destruction of the Jenin refugee camp, with the massacre of scores of Palestinians, in April 2002. This followed the indiscriminate killing of 30 Jews at a Passover meal in Netanya a few days earlier. The social and economic fabric of Palestinian society was destroyed in the process, while the personal security of Israelis and their relatively high standard of living was eroded in an unprecedented way. 2 years into the carnage, and especially after the horrific events in Jenin became public knowledge, the American administration resumed its peace efforts. In the winter of 2002-03, these culminated in a plan called the Road Map. This had taken 2 years because the American president, George W. Bush, had shown no interest in involving the U.S. administration in the mess left behind by his predecessor, Clinton. However, on September 11, 2001, Washington was alerted to the need to take a renewed interest in world affairs in general, and Middle Eastern ones in particular. Osama ibn Laden, a son of one of Saudi Arabia's richest families, had developed his own interpretation of political Islam, and had built an organization called Al-Qaeda that would enable him to confront U.S. power wherever he chose. He began his war in the late 1990s with the bombing of American embassies in East Africa. In September 2001, members of Al-Qaeda hijacked 4 airliners, crashing 2 into the World Trade Center and 1 into the Pentagon. The American response gave expression to the neoconservative agenda of cultural supremacy and economic hegemony. Afghanistan's Taliban regime was toppled, and in 2003 it was Iraq's turn. Unsettled accounts between the president's father and the Iraqi ruler, Saddam Hussein, a wish to control Iraq's oil fields, a desire to signal to Islamic Iran and anti-American Syria that they could be next, as well as strong Israeli lobbying for action led to an American invasion of Iraq in March 2003. Great Britain, as one of America's few major allies in the war, had insisted that a peace plan for Palestine should be presented as one of the prime objectives of the imposition of a new world order in the Middle East. In May 2003, with the overthrow of Saddam Hussein's regime in Iraq and the main military campaign at an end, the roadmap for peace in the Palestinian-Israeli conflict was endorsed by the quartet of the US, the EU, Russia and the UN. It set out a series of steps for leading to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state in the occupied territories by 2005, without defining where its borders would be, in return for a Palestinian promise to end the terrorist attacks against Israel. Although it was a thick dossier, it had very little to offer that would change the reality on the ground, and it also suffered from all the deficiencies of previous attempts to solve the conflict. While the discourse of peace was revived at the level of governments and foreign ministries, suicide bombs continued to explode in Israeli shopping malls, on buses, and near military installations. The Israelis reoccupied most of the areas from which they had recently withdrawn and maintained their isolation of Arafat in his compound in Ramallah, declaring him irrelevant. The American and Israeli attempt to impose a new leader, Mahmoud Abbas, Abu Mazen, one of Arafat's old associates, also totally failed. After a few weeks as the first ever Prime Minister of Palestine, Abu Mazen resigned. He admitted that he could not wield authority without Arafat's support, nor could he control the Palestinian struggle to end the occupation. Meanwhile, the Israeli authorities kept up their domination of every aspect of Palestinian life: border closures, abuse at checkpoints, house demolitions, the assassination of military and political activists, mass arrests, and the start of the construction of a wall separating the territories of the West Bank from Israeli territory. This was not the first wall to be built. In the mid-1990s, the Israelis had encircled the Gaza Strip with a huge wall, electric fences, and guard towers, which had effectively sealed off the strip and turned it into a kind of huge prison camp. A similar wall, with the same purpose, was now planned to divide the West Bank from Israel, with large inroads to ensure that some of the major Jewish settlements would be on the Israeli side of the divide. For many Palestinians, the territories left to them under the projected Palestinian state seemed to be yet another prison camp. After Abu Mazen's resignation, Arafat offered someone closer to him, Ahmed Kari, Abu Allah, as prime minister. However, in some respects, neither name nor person is relevant. No Palestinian leader, including Arafat, is willing to act the part of what seems to the people to be the chief warden of two huge prison camps, where unemployment is nearly 75% or half of the houses are in ruins, lawlessness reigns, and most people cannot even visit nearby villages or safely reach hospitals, schools, universities, or their businesses. The tragedy of Palestine is that the next peace plan, whenever it appears, will also be based on the false assumption that peace means an Israeli withdrawal to its 1967 borders and the establishment of a Palestinian state next to it. The presence of so many Palestinians in Israel itself and the significant presence of Jewish settlers in what is supposed to be the future Palestine both cast doubt on the feasibility of this idea, which failed to persuade the indigenous population of Palestine in 1947. But far more importantly, this model has very little to offer the main victims of the Palestine conflict and the people whom the peace process should serve most, the refugees. As this book hopefully has succeeded in conveying, the history of Palestine is first of all the story of an indigenous people who were joined by newcomers. The non-elite among them looked for ways of adapting to the new reality of immigration and settlement, while the political elites preferred conflict and sought military means to impose their interpretation on the course of events. The political leaderships failed and the civil societies tried, albeit in a very limited and unimpressive way, to save what was left of their lives and their security. For any political peace initiative to succeed, the chapter of Palestine's dispossession needs to be closed. Recognizing the very act of dispossession, by accepting in principle the Palestinian refugees' right of return, could be the crucial act that opens the gate to the road out of conflict. A direct dialogue between the dispossessed and the state that expelled them can refresh the discourse of peace and may lead people and leaderships alike to acknowledge the need to seek a united political structure which, at different historical junctures in this story, has seemed possible. I finish this book with an analysis of the cultural and social trends within modern Palestine, under the shadow of the new eruption of its violent volcanic mountains, lying below the delicate fabric that allowed a very short and unsuccessful chapter of peacemaking between the warring parties on the land. Within the clear imbalance of power, the demise of hope and the resurfacing of despair was very much the product of the Israeli policy. Its chief makers behaved as if terrified by the openness that they allowed into their society, in academia, media and, above all, the educational system. They were equally terrified by the immediate eruption of ethnic and social problems, always strongly repressed under the banner of security and nationalism. Politics of identity on the one hand, and a more vociferous social protest on the other, come together in Israel when relative calm descends on its borders or in the occupied territories. The elite is much happier with a free market economy and with a heightened sense of insecurity, as well as low-key conflict with the Palestinians. I will presently describe the manifestations of the retraction in Israel into the old version of inflexible Zionism, vis-a-vis the Palestinians as well as the dissenting voices inside the state. But before that, I would like to attract the reader's attention briefly to a regression of a different kind in the Palestinian society. The Arafat era of compromise and search for a solution was replaced by fragmentation, loss of direction and militancy that resembled the 1950s, but without the hope and enthusiasm. The desperate tilt to martyrdom. While the Oslo edifice was crumbling down, religious leaders, both political and spiritual, on both sides, were taking advantage of the situation to re-enter the public consciousness. In the occupied territories they had emerged from the 1987 Intifada with increased prestige, and even made an impressive performance in the 1996 elections. On the Jewish side, the ultra-Orthodox party Shas won 17 seats out of 120 in the 1999 elections. Their popularity stemmed from years of ethnic discrimination. They claimed to be able to break a chain of injustice stretching back to Wadi Salib in 1959, and did not hesitate to employ political opportunism to avoid alienating more secular Mizrahi Jews from their extreme religious fundamentalism. However, once in the Knesset and part of the government, the newly elected members of parliament began to neglect the interests of those in the derelict development towns and impoverished city slums who had voted for them. The Israeli legislature continued incrementally cutting subsidies and benefits for the poor and cushioning the already comfortable life of the rich. Their Palestinian counterpart within Israel, the Islamic movement, was less successful on its own account, but probably more beneficial for those it represented. They were far less corrupt and power-seeking, but were hampered by an internal rift dating from 1993, which had split the Islamic movement into two branches, the northern and southern parts of the Wadi Era area. The southern branch was more pragmatic, and was prepared to play the Israeli political game according to the rules. It also accepted the legitimacy of the PA and its president, Yasser Arafat. The northern branch was more militant, and rejected the Oslo agreements. Both branches, like Hamas, saw the whole of Palestine as a holy endowment, a waqf, and thus the rightful property of the Muslim people of Palestine. But they could not agree on a joint strategy regarding elections. In 1996, this led to a decision not to run. But in 1999, the southern branch joined other more secular and national groups in a united list, which became the largest Israeli-Palestinian party, replacing the Front, which included the Communist Party. Map 6. Camp David Protection, July 2000. Both branches, however, helped to unite Palestinians on both sides of the 1967 borders. This uniformity of identity was revealed in the joint struggle for the sanctity of Jerusalem. It was this urge to defend Haram al-Sharif that ignited the Second Intifada in October 2000, called also Intifadat al-Aqsa both in the occupied territories and in Israel itself. At the time of writing, all the factions of Palestinian political Islam are united behind the PA in this Intifada, support that could dwindle if a peace process were reactivated. They, like the Jewish fundamentalists, are a fixture in individual as well as collective politics, the fortunes of which depend on two factors. The first is the ability of national elites to remain dominant, by any means possible, and the second is the will of these groups, Jewish or Muslim, to develop reasonable coexistential relationships with the more secular sections of their communities. The Oslo process presented the Islamic bloc with the same dilemma that was faced by the Islamic movement within Israel. Like any dogmatic political body, it had to adhere to its declared positions, usually phrased in a way that precluded compromise. This excluded it from participation in the peace process, of which the January 1996 election was an important part, as it felt obliged to boycott the elections. But the election was conducted against a background of growing public disappointment in the Oslo process, and what seemed the division of the West Bank into cantons, controlled economically and militarily by Israel with the help of byroads and blocks of settlements. There was also frustration at the non-democratic conduct of the Palestinian security forces, which terrorized the inhabitants much as the Israeli Secret Service had done. Such an atmosphere could have helped the Islamic bloc, as its representatives told the electorate which candidates for the new Palestinian parliament were acceptable to it, even though it did not participate in the elections. Ultimately, however, Arafat's decisions excluded even those elected with the Islamic bloc's blessing from any say in local politics. At times when the peace process seemed to be succeeding, 1996, or when the PA was taking the military initiative against Israel, 2000, the Islamic paramilitary wing resorted to suicide bombings. This phenomenon attracted considerable international scholarly attention. The common view was that this was an inherently Islamic phenomenon, and so scholars were advised to study the early Muslim scriptures and writings. While this was a useful general recommendation for students of the Middle East, it is useless in helping us understand the particular kind of terror sown by the Islamists of Palestine in the wake of the Oslo Accord. Islamic law in fact condemns suicide, and Sunni Islam, to which all the Palestinian Islamists belong, encourages toleration and peace rather than jihad. Moreover, Israel and Zionism, not the political forces opposing them, have justified their acts on the basis of religious precepts. Finally, Judaism, like Christianity, is legitimate in the eyes of even the extreme Islamists, despite the occasional use of anti-Semitic rhetoric during inflammatory speeches by fanatical leaders or leaders under pressure. This rhetoric relies on a reservoir of images first used in the polemics between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism in the early medieval period, but is now mainly used by politicians, not religious thinkers. So there is no religious support, either legal or textual, for the act of suicide. The Western media, in their desperate effort to classify it, have depicted it as a mystical or metaphysical phenomenon, but there is very little evidence to support this interpretation. Terrorism in the form of suicide is actually connected to the emergence and development of political Islam in Palestine. This began with the setting up of a branch of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine. The Brotherhood retained its hold over Palestinian politics in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip between 1948 and 1967, until it was overshadowed by the rise of the PLO. It re-emerged as a formidable political force after the hardships of occupation led to the revival of personal religion, and the Iranian Revolution in 1979 raised the public popularity of politics in the name of religion rather than of nation. The focus of the Brotherhood's activity in the 1970s was the mosque. By 1979, there were 750 mosques in the occupied territories, twice as many as there had been in 1967. The mosques attracted the lower socio-economic strata of society: workers, the unemployed, refugees, teachers and students, peasants and city dwellers. They provided economic aid, social contact, and religious preaching. The more the national leadership failed to ease the burden of the occupation, the more the mosque became the refuge for those suffering from it the most. The political senses of the Brotherhood were sharp enough to link the mosques into a single network, enhancing and legitimizing the movement's status vis-a-vis the PLO. This alertness was vindicated on the first day of the Intifada. On that day the leaders of the movement founded the Islamic resistance movement Hamas. The new organization immediately formed a military wing whose main objective was a strategy for fighting the occupation, thus wrong-footing and overshadowing the PLO. Shortly after 1967, a splinter group of the Brotherhood had come into existence, trying to distinguish itself by extreme tactics while adhering to the same brand of political Islam as other, similar Palestinian movements. This group became an organized movement, calling itself Islamic Jihad. At first it was easy to prove their extremism in the struggle against occupation, compared to the cautious Brotherhood. But it was more difficult to compete with the new Brotherhood, the Hamas movement. This is the context in which the suicide bombers should be viewed. It is partly a tactical choice to highlight the originality and commitment of a given political Islamist group to the struggle against the occupation. The Hezbollah in Lebanon had demonstrated the most daring method, young people willing to destroy themselves as human bombs. Islamic Jihad was the first to regard such actions as martyrdom, and Hamas followed suit. By the time of the Second Intifada, in October 2000, it was the preferred method of those wishing to oppose the occupation by force. Israel employed F-16s, Merkava tanks, and Apache gunships. The Palestinians responded with suicide bombing, with the participation of Fatah's secular offshoot Shuhada Al-Aqsa Martyrs, and the Marxist PFLP alongside the original bombers. Intellectuals and politicians doubted the wisdom of committing these acts in Israeli civilian areas, but were more inclined to condone those employed against the army and the settlers. The youth made heroes of the martyrs, with many of them wishing to follow suit. At first, the Hamas military wing, the Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades, had found it difficult to recruit potential martyrs. But indoctrinating young people trapped in a harsh world of military occupation, poverty, and deprivation was by no means impossible. The willingness to participate was not the fruit of a particular political culture, but rather the result of a successful combination of charismatic leadership and certain existential conditions. We know that not every young recruit ultimately agreed to complete the deed, so there must be a psychological factor involved. By 2000, all this had changed. With 50% unemployment, constant Israeli blockading of the West Bank cities, an electric fence around the Gaza Strip, and no hope for a political solution, there was no longer any need for preachers and senders, only for a constant supply of explosives and hand grenades. The demise of post-Zionism. The ramifications of the uprising in the occupied territories, and, in particular, in Israel itself, on the success of the post-Zionist critique movement were so powerful that they made the short post-Zionist decade totally insignificant, at least at first sight. But, looking back 5 years later, the post-Zionist enterprise did plant new seeds of thought and hope that might still bloom, if not in the near future then in the more distant one. When the Second Intifada broke out, it became clear that, for some of its proponents, post-Zionism was a mere intellectual fashion or a desirable Zionist tactic. It was both a bon ton and useful for presenting a more peaceful Israel to the world. However, others remained solid believers in the need to transform the ideological infrastructure on which the state was built. They genuinely regarded the basic Zionist ideology as an obstacle to peace and normalization in both Israel and Palestine. By a few weeks after October 2000, the public discourse in Israel was reshaped along strictly consensual lines. The new discourse of unity engulfed everyone, including those in the particular areas of cultural production mentioned in Chapter 8. People I have referred to there as post-Zionist appeared with mea culpa statements, reasserting their allegiance to Zionism, declaring their distrust of the Palestinians and their animosity towards the Palestinian minority in Israel. 4. The public discourse revealed a sense of relief. A decade of disintegration and disunity was over and was replaced by unity, one which re-embraced even the settlers' movement in the occupied territories. 4 examples will suffice to show the new tendency, and they all come from what was the stronghold of post-Zionism, the Academy. The first is the intolerance of the Israeli Academy, as manifested in the way the University of Haifa, and the Academy in general, treated the discovery by a Haifa Ma student of a massacre in 1948. I have elaborated on this affair elsewhere, but I mention it here also as a sign of the end of pluralism and freedom of expression in the Israeli Academy. The thesis was written by Teddy Katz in 1998 but was published only at the beginning of 2000. He unearthed a massacre in the village of Tanchara, during the night and early morning of 22 to 23 May, in which about 250 Palestinians died. He used mainly oral history, interviewing Jews and Palestinians who testified to seeing or hearing about the massacre. Katz was sued by the veterans of the Israeli unit which had committed the massacre when the case was brought to the court. At first Katz retracted from his findings and admitted fabrication. Less than a day later, he retracted his retraction. The affair aroused an academic and legal controversy in Israel which had not ended before this present chapter was prepared for publication. The University of Haifa had already claimed that the thesis was faulty, but could not make up its mind whether Katz had indeed fabricated the massacre. This author and others who examined the work thoroughly, along with all the relevant evidence, found it to be an excellent dissertation, and are convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that in Tanchara Jews massacred more than 200 Palestinians. The second example is a report published by a very centrist academic institute, the Interdisciplinary University of Herzliya, which serves as a kind of old people's home for famous Israeli academics, most of whom identify with the Labour Party. Their report, commissioned by the new unity government in Israel, set the national agenda for the next few years. It includes the implicit recommendation for transfer of Palestinians from Israel should they double their share in the population, from 20% to 40%, and the reintroduction of nationalist indoctrination into the school system, a recommendation endorsed enthusiastically by the new Minister of Education, Limer Livnat. 6. The third example is the decision of that minister to oust any textbooks from the educational system that were even slightly suspected of being influenced by post-Zionist scholarship. The fourth example is a call by leading members of the coalition in the Knesset to expel post-Zionist scholars from the university. 7. It is premature to predict whether the new orientation will last, or will dominate the local scene. My fear is that it will, and that post-Zionism will prove to be a mere anecdote, that, maybe one day, in a more distant future, could become a chapter of a new reality in Israel and Palestine. The diminishing political and cultural power of the Zionist left signals, unfortunately, that the decade of grace in the Jewish state's history may be replaced by a period of darkness, short or long, one cannot tell, in which Neo-Zionism, a fundamentalist uncompromising version of Zionism, will reign in place of post-Zionism. Postscript. The post-Arafat era and the new Sharon age. The yellow bulldozers the Israeli army used to destroy houses in their collective punitive actions in the years of occupation were a familiar sight in the city of Ramallah. The D9, Caterpillar-made bulldozer that arrived at the city center in early April 2002 attracted nonetheless a special interest and concern. It was heading towards the Muqatta, the compound, once the seat of the Israeli military governor of Ramallah and the West Bank and, since the days of Oslo, Arafat's residential headquarters in the West Bank. Arafat had a similar outfit in the Gaza Strip but, since the outbreak of the Second Intifada, was not allowed to use it, as part of the Israeli retaliation policy. This policy intensified after an escalation in the suicide attacks inside Israel, which culminated in the attack on Hotel Park in Netanya on Passover's Eve, 2002, killing 40 people. That last attack prompted Operation Defense Shield. This operation included a harsh reoccupation of all the West Bank cities and villages, which was resisted by force, most courageously in the refugee camp of Jenin that was bombed and rebombed in such a way that a huge hole cut the camp into two. The void consisted of piles of rubble covering a space where once stood a main street and houses in narrow alleys. The Palestinians claimed that a massacre took place as part of the operation, but a UN inquiry commission, although describing a variety of Israeli atrocities, refused to call it a massacre and produced a curiously worded report that was meant to buttress the Israelis more than tell the truth about what happened. Linguistics apart, it is clear that citizens were executed, others were randomly shot and many of their houses demolished. In Ramallah, the D9 reached the Muqatta and commenced, together with an armed excavator, a monstrous bulldozer with a special auger that enables it to expose the foundations of a building and destroy them in minutes, demolishing Arafat's compound. The Palestinian leader was confined to a smaller part of the building and was put under siege for the next 2 years. His health deteriorated and, although not suffering the same poverty and high unemployment that affected the Palestinians in those 2 years, in both the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, he was facing a tough period. His food was brought in only after it was inspected by the Israelis at the nearby roadblocks, and Palestinian sources suspected he was slowly poisoned in this process. In October 2004, he had to be taken to a hospital in France, and at the beginning of November he died from a mysterious disease, according to his French doctors. He was buried on November 12, 2004, at the age of 75. Map 7, The Wall at the Heart of Palestine, 2005. Map by Philippe Riquessois, Le Monde Diplomatique, Paris, http://2003/07/img/pdf/cisjordani_mono.pdf. After his death, Mahmoud Abbas, Abu Mazen, was appointed leader and, as mentioned earlier, was involved in a fresh attempt to revive the peace process within the road map. I have described above the futile attempts to dictate to the Palestinians a reduced version of what was proposed in the Camp David summit in 2000. The deadlock in the peace camp produced two very different processes in the Palestinian and the Israeli Jewish society. The Palestinian society experienced an unprecedented discrepancy between the peace discourse of the outside world and the realities of occupation on the ground. The worst affected group resided alongside the security wall the Israelis built, which they almost completed in 2005 despite international condemnation and the denunciation of the wall as illegal by the International Court of Justice in The Hague. The construction of the Israeli separation wall began on June 16, 2002. When completed it would be 750 kilometers long and it is, in many parts, 8 meters high. It is a whole buffer zone, with trenches, barbed wire and electrified fencing, with numerous watchtowers, electronic sensors, thermal imaging, video cameras, unmanned aerial vehicles, sniper towers, and roads for patrol vehicles. It already affected the lives of 200,000 Palestinians who were moved from their houses or barred from reaching their fields of olive groves as a result of the construction. Similarly, businessmen could not reach their places of work, nor school children and students their schools and campuses. When finished, almost half of the population in the West Bank would be impacted in a way that, at best, would harm their standard of living, and, at worst, would render them workless and homeless. The wall proved to be an ineffective barrier and, in fact, in the local media in Israel, senior politicians and generals hinted every now and then that the wall's prime objective was to annex more territory to Israel proper. One suspects that another principal aim is to intimidate the population nearby in such a way that additional areas would be abandoned in a wide parameter around the wall. It was, in fact, the permanent presence of considerable numbers of Israeli troops inside the Palestinian cities, and around them, that decreased the number of suicide bombs, and not the wall or the roadblocks. The low number of such attacks allowed the Israeli economy in 2004 to come out of its recession, and one could see the return of both tourists, who had avoided the country since 2000, and foreign investors. The relative economic prosperity was, nevertheless, an illusion. It benefited only 25% of Israelis and did not affect at all the lower socio-economic classes, composed mainly of Orthodox Jews, North African Jews and Palestinians. These groups, as before, found it hard to extract themselves from below what is called in Israel the poverty line, namely, below what is considered an elementary level of income and standard of living. The wall and the 600 roadblocks Israel still operated in the occupied territories channeled much of the frustration into an overt support for the more militant group. These outfits, the most important of which were Shuhada al-Aqsa, the Martyrs of al-Aqsa, affiliated to the Fatah, and the battalions of Is al-Din al-Qassam, the revered preacher discussed in Chapter 3, affiliated to the Hamas. In time, the Islamic Jihad also took a leading role. The wrath of the more militant groups went in two directions. One was constant clashes with the new occupying forces in the cities, who in turn retaliated with brutality and quite often were provoked to do so by the fanatical settlers in places such as the old city of Khalil, Hebron. Anyone visiting that city today will be reminded of scenes from cities bombed during the Second World War. The native Palestinian population was expelled, the houses demolished and the streets are empty. The second line of action was firing primitive missiles from the Gaza Strip at the nearby Jusa settlement block of Gush Khazir and neighboring Jewish settlements. The militant Hamas group named the missiles Qassam. Here too the Israeli retaliation was callous and, besides meting out collateral damage everywhere, took the form of political assassination of most of the leaders of the Hamas, the Islamic Jihad and the military wings of the Fatah and the Tanzim, the military outfit of the Palestinian Authority. The most notable human target was Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, the spiritual leader and founder of the Hamas movement. The cycle of suicide bombs in revenge continued, of course, with no end in sight as this book is being written. The campaign in the Gaza Strip against the Jewish settlements came, in fact, at a convenient moment for the Israeli Prime Minister, Ariel Sharon, who twice, in 2001 and 2003, won comfortably the national elections. Already in 2001 he showed a disinterest in a negotiated settlement and preferred unilateral Israeli redeployment of forces and determination of future borders. The timing for making these vague ideas into a concrete plan was decided by his unexpected embroilment in a corruption scandal about the way he raised money prior to the 2001 elections. Fearing a prosecution on corruption charges, he attracted the nation's attention to his new plan for the Gaza pullout, which he declared as a plan after the 2001 elections and put into motion as a political program after the 2003 elections. In the summer of 2005, after a year and a half of preparation and while clashing with his party until he left it in November 2005, the pullout became a fait accompli. The discourse that accompanied this unilateral rearrangement of the way Israel controls the Gaza Strip, now from without rather than from within, bewildered the Israelis themselves. The outside world, especially the powers that be that are involved in the quartet, the ad hoc body, consisting of the UN, the USA, Russia, and Britain, that is a self-appointed mediator in the conflict, embraced the new move as a bold step towards peace, which it was not, as we understand today. The Israeli government, with the help of the settlers' movement, Gush Emunim, described it as nearly a civil war, which it was not, as we know now. Without much difficulty, and despite the histrionics that local and international media generated around the event, the pullout was easily implemented, and with it 4 isolated settlements in the Northwest Bank were dismantled as well. The violence returned once the pullout proved to be insignificant for the peace's efforts. Its major effect was on the local political scene in Israel, with possible repercussions on the internal composition of forces in the Palestinian Authority. In Israel, the unimpressive show of force by the settlers' movement, which had threatened doomsday scenarios such as a civil war, if not the total destruction of the state, as well as its rabbis' pledges that divine authority would prevent the pullout, indeed weakened considerably the former grip this movement had on Israeli politics. The Sharon way, which in many ways was also the way of all the Zionist parties to the left of him, of keeping half of the West Bank and Greater Jerusalem and allowing, in theory, the making of a Palestinian state in the Gaza Strip and the second half of the West Bank, appealed to the majority of the Jews in Israel, including those considered to be on the right. That the future Palestinian state would only be a dependency without any sovereignty, economic infrastructure, or a capital added to the attractiveness of the Sharon way. It seemed to be a formula that the troubled United States, deeply entrenched in the Iraqi quagmire, endorsed as well, and that Europe and the UN tacitly accepted. For the Palestinians, their authority was losing ground at the same rate as Sharon was winning legitimacy. They were willing to go along with Sharon in the initial stages. But he demanded of them the disarming of the Palestinian groups, be it the Fatah or the Hamas. Under this pressure, the Palestinian president, Abu Mazen, obtained a tahadiyah, pacification, a reduced form of a ceasefire which the Hamas and Fatah accepted, but not the Islamic Jihad. The continued activity in the settlements, retaliation against the jihad attacks, crippled the ability of the Palestinians to maintain this pacification, nor was the Israeli army ready to observe it, as some of its generals felt that the pullout from Gaza undermined its prestige. It seemed every time a genuine move towards pacification took place, the Israeli forces targeted and assassinated a Palestinian activist. And when the Hamas showed a willingness to participate in general elections to be held in January 2006, many of its prospective candidates were arrested by Israel. It made much sense for the Hamas to run in elections at a time when its popularity was on the rise, and that of the secular forces in decline. But as long as the local balance of power is kept, the Israelis can interfere any time they wish, and with whatever force they have, to impose their will on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The total absence of the refugees' right of return from the shambolic peace process distanced the PA not only from the people in the occupied territories but from the diaspora communities around the world. In the refugee camps and in the exilic communities, a new movement to try and re-establish the PLO, as a pan-Palestinian body, are heard again and again, but so far nothing has materialized out of the many negotiations and conferences on the subject. The Palestinians in Israel in the Sharon era were, as they had been before, ousted from the political game and were still traumatized by the killing of 13 Arab citizens back in October 2000. Their discrimination continues, but here and there one can read and come across an individual success story that does not reflect the overall situation. Their natural growth still tripled that of the Jews and continued to produce the most racist Israeli remarks, academic seminars, drawer plan and, generally, fear of losing the Jewish state. However, the political elite in Israel decide to shape the final borders of the state, leaving aside the parts of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as whole which they do not covet. There will always be a considerable number of Palestinian citizens within the Greater Israel. They are very likely to become a higher percentage of the overall population in the state than they are now, 20%, and, if so, they would again become targets for prospective plans for ethnic cleansing and or apartheid. Their collective social and cultural existence and orientations are worthy of a whole separate book. I would like to conclude this book here with a glimpse into their, and their Jewish neighbors, lives in the Galilee and Wadi era, a peek into what a future model for joint life in a united land of Palestine and Israel could look like. At the beginning of the 21st century, there is, more or less, demographic parity between Jews and Palestinians in the Galilee. In the other Palestinian center in Israel, the Wadi era area, the Jews are even a minority. This exceptional reality has produced the most intriguing and engaging projects of coexistence and sharing. Although the Palestinians live under a discriminating regime, they do not suffer the military occupation of those in the West Bank or the imprisonment of those in the Gaza Strip. Their circumstances are more conducive to cohabitation and integration in one society. One fine example of this is Sindianat al-Galil, an organization that was established by Palestinian and Jewish women to develop further the opportunities present in traditional olive oil production. This is a challenge to the industrial takeover of much of this coveted trade and an enterprise solely built on a joint effort. Moreover, it is an ecologically minded project that wishes to reaffirm the essential position of this industry in the Palestinian villages' life and welfare. Yad B'Yad, Hand in Hand, is an NGO that opened Arab, Jewish schools in the Galilee, where a different kind of effort is being made to teach children, from toddlers to high school, either through a joint narrative of past and present, as this book is trying to do, or by beginning more cautiously with a respectful approach to more than one point of view. Bilingualism is so far the most impressive achievement of this alternative way of educating Palestinians and Jews, countering the overt segregationist policies of the Israeli educational system. A similar school opened in 2005 in Wadi Era in Kafr Qura. In 2004, on a number of occasions, Palestinian and Jewish citizens demonstrated jointly against the government's plan to extend Highway No. 6, bisecting Israel from north to south, into the green lungs of the country. The ability to highlight for a moment an ecological, social, feminist, or any other agenda not usually included in a national outlook, is typical of much of the civil society in the north of the state, a unique part of Palestine, where the same number of Palestinian villages remain as had been expelled in 1948. The struggle for a better ecology never comes at the price of the collective memories about the Nakba or of solidarity with the Palestinians in exile or under occupation. They are combined. It is therefore not surprising that events such as annual pilgrimages to destroyed villages, a national conference for the right of return, and hundreds of NGOs protecting the collective Palestinian identity are also part of the reality in the North and in Wadi Era. It is also a space where the local Islamic movement gathers momentum, especially at times when there seems to be no end to the occupation of the West Bank or the institutionalized discrimination against the Palestinians in Israel. But here too are islands of cohabitation, reminiscent of those existing in the mandatory period, that coexist with the resistance, despair, and protestation, be it national, or religious. These islands, that cover all spheres, all life, joint business ventures, workers' cooperatives and industrial actions, educational systems, ecological ventures and political action, not only are allowing people to hide from a harsh, segregated and oppressive reality, but also offer a model for the future.